The handshake as appears on our screens, and we have e4.
Knight f3, so we're seeing a Sicilian. Now I can say that Black's position is extremely active, but if I would have to make a bet, I would make a bet that this game will end in a draw. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, 100%. Well, actually, let's not be so dramatic. Let's rein that in, 90%. The players have made eye contact, handshake, and game one finishes in a draw. Now we're going to see the decision, and it is c4. Aha. Oh,
look at that. What's going on? What is happening? Look at that. This is move 40. How typical it is that you make a serious mistake in move 40. This is crazy if if Tan will take the lead after game 2. This way. Very upset moments for Black, for Ju Wenjun. Completely unnecessary loss today for her. And she resigns.
e4 c5 is currently on the board right now. Wow, another Sicilian.
Is she gonna go d4 and take it into a mainline Sicilian, or will she try her hand on something else? Ah, c4.
King g5 is on the board, and this is the winning move. This is what I noticed with Tan Zhongyi's games as well. Like whenever she knows that she's losing, she's not backing down. Just keep pushing the pawn, play h6, and she did it. And it is a brilliant move. She played the move with 2 seconds left on the clock, bishop c8. So we are still going on with this game, but there's nothing stopping the h-pawn. So Wenjun just played h7 very quickly.
We have resignation, wow. Irene, and that's it. Ju Wenjun strikes back.
I'm actually expecting another Sicilian coming on the board because Tan is usually always sticking to her repertoire. And there you go, e2, e4 is already on the board. Let's take a look what's gonna happen, and c5 it is. Yeah, this is quite a rare occasion when Wenjun is not really in time trouble.
Tan, with the last series of moves, she has been forcing Ju to find the most precise responses. Queens are off the board. Yeah, White is picking up the d7 pawn. C-pawn is running. It's as easy as that. That's going to be the remainder of the game. So it is resignation time. And the problem for Tan is that she cannot avoid this. Okay, knight e7.
Oh, and there you go.
Nice.
A brilliant move. Yeah, and Ju Wenjun is officially leading the match. It's first move c4.
They are consistent, and it is Ju Wenjun, the one who is varying knight to f6.
Immediate knight e5.
According to my database, we're in new territory. I love that moment.
Preserving this.
Irene, she didn't play. She didn't play queen e2.
Oh, g5 Jovi.
Oh, hats off to Ju Wenjun as she finds the best move. Okay, she just plays bishop to f6. Very stable move.
And we see a move h4. Oh my gosh, this is a typical mistake by Zhongyi. When she's under pressure, she cracked.
There you go.
Yes.
King comes in. And Ju well on her way to getting a victory.
And
there we have it. 2 back-to-back victories. She takes a 2-point lead in the match as the match moves over to Chongqing. Ju Wenjun, 4-time women's world champion. She is now there in the history books alongside some of the women's greatest chess players in history. What a great performance from Tan Zhongyi.
Super exciting.
Almost flawless performance there.
She will play Ju Wenjun for the Women's World Championship.
Ju Wenjun continues her ascent to the top.
Tan Zhongyi is unstoppable.
We're seeing some of the best chess in the world.
Hello and welcome. It's game 7 of the FIDE Women's World Championship, which has moved to Chongqing. Now, this mountain city, known for its fiery cuisine and fierce spirit, is the perfect backdrop for today's game. Reigning champion Ju Wenjun has found her stride and is inching ever closer to another crown. But hometown hero Tan Zhongyi is back on familiar ground, fighting to turn the tide. Can she draw inspiration from playing on a home city to make that all-important comeback? That's the question, as it's game 7. Wow, as the players get ready, I am super pumped for this particular encounter because the tournament is now in its second half, and I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and as always I'm super excited to have with me our resident expert, International Master Irene Sikander. Irene, we are now in the second half of the tournament, but what a situation it is.
Right. These 2 days, I'm so looking forward to be back commentating with you, Yovi, because I'm still very, very curious on how or whether Tan Zhongyi will be bounced back because, well, we are on the brand new city of Chongqing right now, and this is Tan Zhongyi's home turf. So hopefully everything will be getting better for her.
Yeah, that's exactly the issue. It's now all about Tan Zhongyi now. Can she make that much needed comeback? Well, there are 6 games remaining, and let's remind ourselves of the format.
China's top women players are battling for the Women's World Chess Championship again. Reigning champ Ju Wenjun took down Lei Tingjie in 2023. Now she is back to defend her title against challenger Tan Zhongyi. Like last time, the match is a hometown showdown. The first 6 games will be played in Shanghai, Ju Wenjun's turf. The next 6, Chongqing, where Tan Zhongyi calls home. It is a race to 6.5 points. If they are tied at 6, we will go to a 4-game rapid tiebreak. Still tied? 2 faster rapid games. Still tied? It is time for blitz. And if they still cannot break the deadlock, we will go to sudden death. 1 win will decide it all. Tiebreaks, if needed, will be played in Chongqing. It is a battle of skill, stamina, and strategy. When the dust settles, who will take home the title?
Another minute, it looks like Ju Wenjun will be keeping her crown, perhaps for the 5th time, as we see she has a 2-point lead over Tan Zhongyi. And she's also playing with the white pieces, which makes this extra tricky for the challenger Tan. But Tan, playing on her home territory, Irene, what does it entail for her to actually play this game? How much risk should she be taking as she plays black against Ju Wenjun?
I think this game 7 is very important for Tan Zhongyi, especially because if she loses another game, then it's going to be even harder for her to bounce back. And today she's playing with black pieces, and we've seen in 3 blacks before, she's been playing Sicilian, and we discussed this. There should be something that's changed in her preparation, but I don't know, Yovi. I'm not sure whether she's going to go to an entire different opening. And there you go. We have the first ceremonial move by Su Yuhua, also the former women's world champion.
Yes, and world champion in 2006, making the first move. E4, C5 played by the dignitaries. We are expecting a change in approach. Will Ju Wenjun now just simply lock it down and play in a very solid... Well, this is the issue here. Ju Wenjun's natural strength is to play solid, stable chess. Will she kind of be extra rock solid and make her game just impenetrable?
Right. One thing that is very interesting to note is whether going to a new city will also giving us new openings on the board on this show. So Yovi, let's take a quick vote. What's going to be Ju Wenjun's first move?
I think now is the time to go d4. Oh, but on the other hand, you might as well play with the knowledge that you already know. You know that e4, Tan will be playing c5 and heading in some kind of Khan, Taimanov direction, and you can control the pace of the game with that knowledge. You can decide, hang on a second, I don't want to be playing such wild open Sicilians. I can lock it down. there are ways, Irene. So interesting. You can easily spiral into overthinking in this particular case, because e4, grounds that are familiar to both players. d4, well, hang on, we're in for a new set of ideas and problems.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Although there's nothing wrong with Ju Wenjun keep playing her usual style with e4. It's been working for her very good so far. And I think do we have an e4 or a d4? It is an e4.
Okay, e4. And now comes the question, still
Sicilian.
c5.
Okay, quick vote again before it comes. Second move e6 or something else? Knight c6.
c6.
Oh, okay, then this is getting very interesting. But yeah, although after d4, cd, knight d, e6 can still happen anyway. So, or maybe she's going to play some other Sicilian. It could be Sveshnikov. It could be Accepted Dragon or even Dragon. It could be the classical, but we'll see none of those things because third move has been played and it's bishop b5, the Rossolimo.
Yeah, and this was somewhat predictable, I would say, because Ju, being a natural 1d4 player, she does favor these closed positions. And now we have e6. E6, and wow. Okay, decisions to be made. The most popular move for white is just simply to castle the king side, and keep the pawn structure flexible.
Castle it is. It's already played by Ju Wenjun. She's taking one of actually the main line of this variation is castle, because sooner or later you'll have to castle your king, and she does it now.
And well, Black has a variety of options here. Like, I'm looking at my correspondence database, which, for those of you unfamiliar with correspondence, is where people play chess with the assistance of engines. It's all legal. They use several engines, and they use their own brain power, and they come up with moves, which makes for a highly accurate game. Knight ge7, just protecting the knight. It was also possible to play a6 and chase away the light square bishop.
That's true. Although, yeah, whenever you play third move e6 in this Rossolimo, your intention is always going to develop your g8 knight to e7, and there is no better time to do it but now. So in this position, you can go rook e1, you can go c3. I think those two moves are the two main moves here. One thing for sure that you'd like to strengthen your center, and this is still Sicilian, so your main focus has to be in the center.
Yeah, absolutely. And in Ju's style, I think it is very natural for her to go rook e1, c3, d4, take control of the center, try to create that very stable position. And what are we getting?
I think she played d4 immediately. Yeah, she did.
It is possible.
So, although this is not technically the main line out of the two moves that I mentioned before, rook e1 and c3, but d4 is still, in the spirit of Sicilian too. So let's investigate this position a little bit. So pretty much you have to take the pawn after d4, cd4, and then knight d4. And yeah, then you have to think about something like this maybe, and then takes like this and put the knight on c6. But this type of hierarchy, I think we already explored in some of the variation before. It's pretty good for white because white doesn't have the light square bishop anymore, and we can just immediately go c4 and then knight c3 and so on. We have a move, cd4 is on the board, which I think Wenjun immediately replied it by recapture it back.
I'm expecting that Tan... Well, again, this is the issue of risk. How much risk does she want to take? And just also bearing in mind the opponent's style, I suspected that queen to b6 would be the main idea from Tan. just put pressure on the knight and the bishop and ask some questions. And the main thing for Tan is not to allow Ju to get that beautiful pawn center. You know, all the games that she's won is because she's gotten c2, c4 into the game. She kind of controls the space. And so queen to b6 makes a lot of sense. I'm expecting, well, you can't actually defend both of those pieces. So I'm expecting a trade on c6.
Yep. And the biggest trade on c6 is starting with knight takes c6. It's been played by many strong grandmasters. So let's see this line. Knight takes c6. There are a few ways for you to recapture it back with the b, with the d, or with the knight. Or you can even take the bishop on b5. This is also a possibility. The biggest main line here is to take it with the b pawn, because understandably so, you would like to get your pawn closer to the center and supporting d5 should it happen anytime soon. So this could be the variation that we might be seeing. And after bishop d3 here, the knight goes to g6, followed by d5, and then develop this bishop and castle. So this is pretty much the standard procedure in this position. And we have a move. Knight takes c6 is already on the board. But there are also 3 other options for Tan Zhongyi here to choose. You can take it with the d pawn, you can take it with the knight, and you can even take the bishop on b5. But if she's following the main line, then she's going to do b takes c6.
Yeah, I also suspect that bc6 is what she'll choose, because the others feel like they're better for Ju in the sense that they follow her style. If you take with the d pawn, then the only way that you're going to liberate the light square bishop is to go e5 at one point. And
it feels like it's a d pawn, actually. Am I wrong? No,
yeah,
I'm wrong. It's the b pawn. B takes c6 is on the board, yes. So we might see the variation that we saw before. The bishop will go to d3, and probably you're going to have your Maroczy structure again. And yeah, I think this is the position that Tan Zhongyi is comfortable playing, because we've seen in a few Sicilians before, she's also opted for this type of structure.
Yeah, we are seeing this as a structure very familiar actually to both players, having had something of the kind in game 1. So just a question for you, Irene, because I also note that wherever you drop the bishop back to e2 or to d3, Black's plan is always to go knight to g6 and then d5. But my question is, why not get d5 in one go? So therefore you don't allow c4. Or is there something like fundamentally wrong with this?
Yeah, actually, that's a good question. Let me see other games to answer your question, because I would like to get this right. I have some suspicion about what might happen. So if d5 immediately played, you are not necessarily getting d5 right away with knight g6. I think what you want to do after bishop d3, knight g6 in this position is to get everything out first and then starting to think about d5. But if you play d5 immediately, the difference is the knight might be stuck on e7 protecting it. Because after d5, you don't do anything, but you challenge it back by playing c4. And this is very dangerous, because let's say you move it something like this and your e file will be opened. So Black will definitely be underdeveloped. So even though d5 is something that you would like to do, this is the main intention, but you're not necessarily doing it right away.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can see the danger immediately. Yeah, because you want to be developing your pieces, you want to be getting your king to safety. And unfortunately, d5 will leave the knight on e7. And well, Black's position is only as good as its worst placed piece. So definitely some danger here for Tan. She has to be precise, and Ju just has that very comfortable decision. You know, she can retreat the bishop to d3, she can retreat it to e2. Again, checking the database, I can see both of those moves have been played. And now the key is just to develop the minor pieces for black, get the king to safety, and then just break out into the position with d5. And I also wanted to talk to you about what Tan's objectives are in this particular game. Because obviously she's fighting a 2-point deficit. But Irene, how much risk does she take in this particular game? Especially bearing in mind that if she loses, she will be going down 3 points. The match could even be over within 3 games because all Ju needs is 2.5 points. And she's just coming off 2 back-to-back losses.
Yeah, well, it's definitely a very hard situation for Tan Zhongyi in choosing her opening, right? Because she is down by 2 points. She's playing with black pieces. One would say if she doesn't take any risk, then she can say goodbye to the match. But on the other hand, objectivity is very important in chess too. Like you should put aside what's happening outside the board and you should be just focusing what's on the board. So there are things, that many great players juggle in their performances too. Like they have to think what is the match situation, but they also have to think about being objective in every move. Do not take too much risk, but also, you can put a little of spiciness in the game as well. But as many people say, too much is never good. So you have to put it in the right amount of dosage. But here, we still haven't, I think the battle hasn't started yet. They're still maneuvering, reshuffling the pieces, developing, the pieces and so on. So I believe Tan Zhongyi still has enough time in this position to somehow put some fire into the board.
Yeah, and definitely she needs to be doing that. And if she can't do it in this game, she has to be doing it when she has the white pieces. And sure enough, the knight comes to g6. Tan understands that first she must complete development and only then break out in the center. But this does allow Ju Wenjun just to establish her favorite pawn structure, which is c4.
Yes, so if c4 happens, then as I mentioned earlier, you just have to focus on the development of your pieces and castle. So after knight c3 here and castle, this is a position where you start playing, because here white has a few ideas on how to continue the game. I would like to get this bishop out for sure, but b2 is hanging, so a very sensible move is to play rook b1. And not only that, but you also, you can try to trick your opponent as well. Maybe you would like to go b3 anyway, but you don't like this type of pin over the knight, for example, or maybe you actually want to go bishop a3. This is one idea. Another idea is to solve the problem right away is to play knight a4 or b3 immediately. So something to do about the development of this bishop, and then black will take it from there. But
yeah,
Yovi, one interesting fact on this position that I note in my database is Jeffrey Xiong, who is helping Tan Zhongyi, the American grandmaster. He played a few games here, but as white, not black. So instead of looking at his games for black pieces, he had a few games as white pieces. So I don't know whether this is a part of preparation as well, or whether she's already freestyling it. So we'll see. And we don't have a move yet, do we? Knight g6 is still on the board.
No, we don't have a move. Knight g6 is on the board, but c4, very much in Ju's style. And we have seen Ju take her time. She doesn't rush with these decisions. It's been a very slow tempo game slow tempo match, I would say, from Ju so far. When she's winning, she never rushes. She simply just plays patiently. Also, stylistically, she's not taking massive risks. She's just playing very stable chess. And by stable chess, I mean she's just not taking big risks. She doesn't lash out. It's just all very patient. Whereas Tan, on the other hand, the last 2 games especially, it just completely showed the weaknesses in the sense that she just lashed out right when she shouldn't have. She just tried to force the pace. And there we do see Tan with the black pieces. She's in her home city, so she should hopefully be enjoying the food. Chongqing is renowned for its very fiery cuisine, Irene. So I'm sure she'll be very much at home there. And it's something special playing in front of the home crowd with people that you know around you and the whole support network. And I also wanted to mention that Tan isn't just a chess player, she's also a chess coach. She's been coaching a lot of Chinese young juniors, helping them get medals. And again, when you're surrounded by such positivity, it really does have an influence on your mental capacities and your state.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I love that type of support as well, because chess can be and always be very stressful, right, Yuvi? We've been there so many times, and I just cannot imagine the pressure that the players are under right now, and especially for Tan Zhongyi, who is behind by 2 points here and trying to bounce back with black pieces today. I think what was the saying, to stop the bleeding? Maybe it's a good thing to think about a draw result first, because she lost 2 games back to back, and yeah, it's pretty hurtful.
Yeah. And we have a move from Ju Wenjun. She played c4, as expected. And this is very much in her character. She wants to take control of the center with pawns, back that up with pieces. If she's allowed to, if Tan does not break out, then she's simply going to continue building up her position, completing development, centralizing the rooks, and then playing with that extra space. So now the onus is on Tan to mix things up. Bishop e7, castles, and then build out for the break through. And there we do see the bishop come to e7. That's all very good.
Yep, this is all very good. Actually, before she played bishop e7, I was about to ask you the question: if you're black here, where would you get your bishop out? Whether to e7, to d6, or to c5? And I was rather hoping bishop c5 might come to the board, actually, but it might be a little positional mistake here, because after knight c3 you have to be aware knight f4 is there, so there's no really use of getting the bishop on c5 unless you really want to be concrete about it. After bishop c5, knight c3, yeah, you go queen c7. But yeah, this is very typical for black player in the Sicilian to move back your pieces from from b6 to c7 and from c5 to e7 back maybe. But yeah, it didn't happen. Bishop e7 is there, knight c3 castle, so everything is pretty clear. And as I was saying, the game just started now after this move castle, so we'll see where the players will direct us in this game.
Yeah, definitely. And as you mentioned, rook b1 is a move. You want to develop the dark squared bishop. Knight a4 is another way to get your pieces motoring, just to drive back the queen, so that then you can develop the dark square bishop. Knowing Ju, I suspect rook to b1 will be her response. Utilize every single piece and then leave bishop e3 in reserve just to attack the queen. So hang on, shall we just kind of have a dive into rook to b1? Just for instance, how must Tan continue? She can't break out with d5 now because there's too many pieces covering that square, so she has to do some more maneuvering.
Yep. So, well, after rook b1, there's always a reason why queen c7 is one of the main lines here. You wouldn't like to walk into... Okay, for example, there's another thing that I also try to understand here. After castle, you have this knight a4 with the idea of c5. So this is one of the ideas too. This is one of the ways that you can go as white. As for rook b1 and after queen c7, Let me just follow one of the games here. Maybe okay, Caruana Gelfand from Paris Grand Prix 2013. Queen c7 was played, bishop e3 and e5. So it's going to be a lot of positional understanding in this board. You have Marxist structure, but if you cannot utilize this Marxist structure, then it's just nothing good for you. But yeah, in the game between Caruana versus Gelfand, it was won by Caruana. And the way he won it was really nice. So we mentioned earlier that d5 is something that you'd like to do, but obviously in this position is not feasible yet because you're just giving up a pawn. So after e5 here, white played g3 because you wouldn't like to run into a position where the knight goes to f4 and then you have to exchange one of your bishop. And here black played d6. So it's funny, you have this Maroxy, but you cannot really control the d5 square. But what Caruana was showing in his game was very, very simple UV. How else would you like to control d5? It's a very simple idea. Can you try to guess the strategy?
Instinct. Yeah, my instinct is actually to reroute the bishop from d3, which is, quite frankly, a useless square, and put it on g2, especially because you've gone g3. So I would just get the queen out of the way, and then rook e1, say for instance, bishop f1, bishop g2, and then d5 is never going to be happening. Then you can continue with this whole idea of going b3, c4, and centralize the rooks. And then you don't have to do anything. You just let your opponent, I always use the word enjoy the lack of space. and Tan is an active player, so she will not be comfortable with just waiting it out, once the happy moves have been played. So let your opponent, force the nature of the game. So that's the kind of plan that I would be going for. I love g3, by the way, because g3 is such a great move because it controls the circuit of the knight. The argument is the knight on g6 is a terrible piece. So solidify the king. By the way, was I right or was I not right?
Partly you're right about moving the bishop to g2, but you should not, I think, too fast in doing that, because one of the ideas for black is black would like to play f5, and you have to challenge this with the bishop. So this is what Caruana eventually did in the game, that is maneuvering the bishop, but it's a few moves later. So instead, he was trying to utilize his Marxist structure by playing b5. So b4 and then b5, and then once this was taken, you can put the knight on d5. So this is what he did. And only later part of the game, since this bishop is no longer useful on d3, and then you are not really worried about f5 anymore, you maneuver it back to g2 and you have a pleasant position. But yeah, I think this is a very typical idea as well. When you have a g3 pawn over here, the king looks like it's a bit lonely. So yeah, I would also naturally think that if it's possible, I would like to maneuver my bishop to g2. But of course, we have to also think concretely. There might be f5 that you have to be aware of. But we have a move UV. So instead of rook b1, Ju Wenjun chose another idea to solve this by playing knight a4.
Yes, when you mentioned that knight a4, driving the queen back to c7 and then c5 was the plan, I thought, I know that June's going to play that, just based on the pattern of an earlier game where she went very quick c5. So it's kind of irresistible, right? c5, stop d5, and stop d6. Well, it doesn't stop it, but it means that if black ever wants to open up the bishop along the c8, h3 diagonal, you have to incur some long-term weaknesses, the weak c6 pawn. So
Let's
I
say
like
face
the
to get
way
this
that she.
position. Queen c7 and then c5. And the thing about this position is if you don't play d5 now, you might regret it. Because the idea of c5 is, of course, to try to make this any pawn move impossible. So it's almost exclusive. After c5 here, black played d5 immediately, allowing the en passant, which I'm sure our producer would be happy to see. And after that, g3, and then again, this is a type of position that you just start playing. So
Yeah.
if this happens, then this is a completely different position to what we saw before, because the one with rook b1, our objective was how to get the knight to d5, how to control the center, and so on. But now, just seeing the pawn structure, it might be in white's interest to keep everything on the c file, because not only that this pawn is hanging, not hanging, but more like a backward pawn, but also you can get this position, bishop e3, rook c1, and controlling the c5 square. So this is also going to be quite a comfortable idea for white. So we'll see if Zhongyi can, stir this up a little bit, so it's not going to be too simple for Ju Wenjun to keep playing.
Yeah, it's going to be far from simple, Irene, as it looks like we are headed into active waters. And on that note, we are going to take our very first break of the day. And when we return, we are going to see what decisions Tan Zhongyi has taken. So don't go anywhere.
We have some ChatGPT questions for you.
You've risen quickly through the ranks of elite chess. What do you think has been the key to your rapid improvement? I think it's just that I love what I'm doing, and I spend most of my time with chess, and I'm mostly curious about chess, and I try to learn something every day. So I think that is the key to my improvement and in general. What role does mental resilience play in your success, and how do you stay mentally strong during long and exhausting games? Yeah, for sure. Any sport or any field in life, I think being mentally tough is quite important these days. And for sure, I've had a lot of tough moments, like a really long game that I've lost, and I had to play a next game against a very strong opponent. Like a lot of these situations, and I think being able to let go and just focus on what's important at the moment is quite important. And staying strong in long games, I'm generally able to outplay my opponents the longer the games go. And I think being physically and mentally strong, being able to focus for long periods of time is quite important. How much time do you typically dedicate to opening preparation versus middle game tactics and end games? I think at this level, it's most of the time is dedicated to openings, but as I'm still young and evolving, I do spend quite some time with middle game, analyzing my games, etc., and studying end games as well. But yeah, I think most of the time, by a large margin, is spent on opening preparation. If you could compete in a tournament against any historical chess player, who would it be and why? I've always wanted to compete against Fischer, because I consider him the greatest genius. So of I mean chess has ever seen, and I think it would be like yeah, it's an experience like it's just I think very special for any chess player, and Fischer has like played I think like the stories and the games I've seen of him, I've heard about him, like have really impacted me a lot. So yeah, it'd be Fischer.
And we are back, and we are just as we left it with Tan Zhongyi contemplating where to move her queen as Ju Wenjun has attacked it with her knight. Will she step up with the queen? Will she step back? What kind of strategy does she have in mind as we have a new location? The players are playing in Tan's hometown of Chongqing. Now, Tan, we've seen that she knows a lot of theory, but then there comes a point where she decides just to freestyle it and come up with her own twists and turns. So what could she be thinking? For instance, if the queen goes up to a5.
Yeah, I think eventually the queen will go back to c7 anyway, because you have this bishop d2 and then queen c7. I think we already analyzed too before that after knight a4, queen c7 is the main move here. And I think what she's thinking right now is she's already finalizing the queen c7 move, but what she's thinking is what to do after that, after c5, because this is quite a huge or serious threat. Actually, it's a serious threat if you don't really know what to do next, and then you have to commit to this type of position where, if I don't see the e-file bar here, I would say that white will be happy to play, because at least white knows where to attack, because in the previous position you are still trying to stab it in the dark, like, okay, maybe it is the center, maybe it is the queen side. But here, one thing for sure, that white is going to focus everything on the c-file while maintaining balance on the king side. Like as of now, h2 is hanging. You play g3, next you play bishop e3, next you play rook c1. And we have a few moves, Yovi. After queen c7 was played here, Ju Wenjun sticks to her plan and she played c5.
She does. And it's interesting that perhaps Ju has been told to speed up and Tan has been told to slow down, because this was something that we saw in the first 6 games. We saw Tan, she was playing very quickly, perhaps spoiled, a good position that she had there in game 4, because she was playing just too quickly at those critical moments. And Ju, when she's decided on something, she just takes that decision in a split second. So after knight a4, it actually wasn't obligatory for her to go c5. She could have done something else, but she's like, nope, I've decided that is what I'm going to go for. It is on the board. So c5, and then questions now for Tan. Is she completely forced to go d5? Can she break out? And I'm just thinking in a really radical way with f5.
Whoa, f5, I will not recommend this, but let's take a look. Usually after f5, I don't mind taking this, because it will open the diagonal for the king if I need it at some point. So now let's think, because you still have d6 or d5 coming up next. Also, something like bishop check. At least this is what I was thinking. And then even if I play b3, bishop b2, it cannot be that bad. Like having the two bishops aiming towards the king in distant diagonals like that, it cannot be too bad.
I completely agree, but the reason why I was thinking of f5 in my head, not just because to make an erratic pawn move, but it's actually to do with the future, because you were showing us lines. So let's go to, I guess, rewind just to show why f5 might be first. Okay, so first d5 played, and this is the whole point. So after d5, you take, because why not? Why not saddle black with this weak pawn on c6? Bishop takes, and then g3 comes. So once that is in the air, the light squares are weak. The knight on g6 is not a great piece, dominated by the pawn. So why not just lash out with f5, bearing in mind that you need to create some chaos on the board to unsettle Ju. Okay, so well, maybe we're going to be seeing something like this.
Yes. Now when you keep mentioning about f5, I have an idea, UV. But I always told my students that whenever you would like to attack something like that, make sure that your pieces are ready. So I'd like the idea of putting the bishop to b7, pawn to c5, and then you play f5 so that you break open this diagonal. Potentially, you'll move your queen to c6 and attacking the g2 square or h1 square to give a checkmate. Now you give me some ideas, UV. Yeah, this potentially could happen.
Yeah, because otherwise, I mean, let's just play some like random passive moves for black. So say black goes bishop to b7. Okay, that's fine. We're not criticizing that move. But white's plan is just so simple, right? You just first up take, bishop takes, g3. And g3 is the most principal move, just to kind of lock out the knight on g6 and just stymie up the battery on the dark squares. And then, bishop b7, and then white's just going to go bishop e3, rook to c1, and then kind of just go onto that c5 square with laser focus with a knight.
Yep. I just found one game here in this position. It was played by Caruana again. In this position, he played c5 immediately. So still asking the question to white, where are you going to do after c5? And after bishop e3 here, knight e5. If things going this way, then we might be seeing a very exciting battle. Bishop e2 and bishop b7. And yeah, all you want to do is somehow undermining this diagonal with the bishop. Black itself has some weaknesses. Potentially this pawn is a weakness. It can easily be attacked. But on the other hand, the bishop on b7 is going to be what you call it with a sleeping beast, POV. So if this sleeping beast is awoken, then it's going to be very dangerous in white's camp. So this potentially could happen. Let's see some more of the moves in the game. It's very interesting, actually. Rook c1, bishop takes e4. So Caruana allowed this to happen. And then knight takes c5. So materially speaking, it's still equal. And bishop c6 back. At least this diagonal is open. f4 and knight g6. In the end, Caruana won the game. Just because, I guess, after this, he goes for knight e4. So this bishop, although it was a very good bishop, but as long as you can put it under control, there's nothing that black can do in this position. Yeah, so this is one of the planning ideas that both of them could play.
Yeah, but it does feel like this resulting position is better for white on account that, the position is very sharp, but white's pieces are primed and ready. Just looking at the position we have in front of us, the rook just eyeballing the black queen. Right. So there has to be an improvement for Tan before then, because it just feels very, very nice. And also knight takes bishop is in the air. So let's kind of rewind and see whether Tan can play in a different fashion. So I do feel like c5 is a must, by the way. Either you're abandoning c5 when you're going f5 or e5 and you're going in that direction, or you're going to go ahead for your c5, c4.
Yep.
Grab
now you
the
mentioned
space
it again.
you can.
That is another idea that you can go in this position. So g3, we are still waiting for Ju Wenjun to move g3 because she's still thinking for now. But yes, c5 you have to play it immediately, I guess, because otherwise when white gathers all the pieces to control c5, you no longer have this option. So after bishop e3, keep coming with c4. And then there was a game by an Australian grandmaster, Max Illingworth, in the Olympia 2018. He played rook c1, and you have nothing else but bishop a6 to protect this. And then he takes, and then over here bishop takes, and then queen e7, and this is the resulting position. It should be quite balanced, I would say, because even though the king doesn't have its fianchetto bishop, but also black doesn't have a light square bishop to attack all the light squares around the king. And the game itself ended with a draw.
Yeah, that's super nice, actually. Can we just rewind that, do an action replay on your bishop takes b3? That was such a lovely shot.
Yep, so after b3 here, if you play anything else, rook will take c4 comfortably, and white will have an extra pawn on the board, and bishop takes b3 comes really handy because not only that you have a good reply to the position, but you're taking the pawn back. So now if rook takes the queen, you just take it again. Bishop takes the queen, and now suddenly this rook is under attack and this bishop is under attack, and actually in this position you're already down a piece, so you cannot afford losing another one. So after b3, yeah, it's almost sure that you have to take this bishop back by either the pawn or the queen. I think the pawn is better, but I don't really mind with the queen as well.
Yeah, okay, that would be very balanced. So that's a way to neutralize white with c4, bishop a6, relying on some tactics of that white can't take on c4. So let's go back to the position, because we also see Ju, she's not making g3 just yet. Could she be thinking about something else like h3?
Yeah, h3 might be possible, but this allows a move, for example, knight f4 followed by e5, and suddenly there might be some, attack around the king. But not f4 for sure. I like this move.
Yeah, I like it as well. So I guess we continue with the plan, which is bishop e3.
Okay, bishop e3. Yeah, in this position.
E8.
Okay, in this position, maybe c5 is needed.
Just wondered, can you go rook d8 and rely on tactics?
Right. I like your move. Rook d8, of course. Yes, it's a very good move. Okay.
Yeah. Knight takes bishop is the heir.
Yeah, knight takes bishop and bishop h2. Even if you don't have bishop h2, let's say I play king here, you can somehow play bishop e5, and it forces white to take the knight on f4. And I think that position should be fine for black. Yeah, I really like it. So I think the moral of the story in this position is don't allow this knight to somewhat be active, because for the time being, the knight on g6 still cannot do anything. The only place that you can go, like good looking square, is knight d5, but I don't think it does anything. You can just step back with the bishop like this and then put the bishop on e3 still, and it doesn't have a follow-up square after e5. But if it was landing on f4, it was a different story, because you cannot really attack it. When you attack it, there might be like a check to h3 or something like that. So by that process of elimination, it's almost sure that after bishop d6, g3 might be a bit forced here for white to play. Otherwise, if you play something else, it might give your opponent some time to maneuver the knight.
Yeah, I agree with that. G3, great thing. Also, knight to E5, it can just be beaten back, right? You know, you drop the bishop back to E2, bishop E3, F4 comes, and you know, one good piece does not a great position for black make. I'm just
But we
thinking,
have a move, Yovi. Wow. Ju Wenjun is
oh,
in attacking spirit. Instead of Jeffrey, hey, I'm not holding back, I'm going to attack you. And this is exactly what I was saying the other day. Like when you see your opponent has a knight on G6, putting your queen on H5 is a very, very typical idea. You already initiating this type of attack. Hey, maybe I'll do some rook lift. I don't know how at the moment yet. It is still a dream. Maybe, I don't know, F4 like this, rook F3, rook H3, something to do about this pawn, and hoping that you can play E5 as well. But yes, Queen H5. So we missed this UV. So not only G3 and H3 in this position, White has also another move that is pretty good looking too, Queen H5.
it is good looking, and I understand Ju doesn't really want to commit, you know, her kingside pawn structure with G3. There's
Yep.
some potential problems in the sense that the light squares will permanently be weak. But queen to H5, I mean, does that fit in with the purpose of White's position? So White's position was all about, you know, controlling the C5 square and centralizing the rooks, and at the same time making the knight on G6 bad. Well, it doesn't make the knight on G6 bad. And does it fit in with this whole concept of having that bind on C5? And then secondly, this queen on H5, you know, we're taught that the queen shouldn't come out too early. It's at least certainly before the development of the bishops and the rooks. So let's break it down. So first up, let's have a look at C5.
Yeah, C5. Yeah, C5 is absolutely the move that you have to look at in this position. Yeah, before we dig deeper into this position, I'm just a bit worried about, you see, the locations of the pieces here, White's pieces. One is over there on A4, another one is H5, another one is on D3. You still haven't connected the rooks, and probably next move you want to play bishop E3, that's for sure. But I still cannot find the harmony in it. And C5 is one. Another thing to look at is, what about knight F4, for example? This is something that we also considered a good move, and also the reason why G3 has to be played. And also, what if I also, no, changing the dark square bishop, I don't think is a good idea, because the C5 square will be undermined by White. But at least we have those two very good candidate moves, C5 being the first one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
We should also look at rook to d8 as well. So I completely agree with you. Before we dive into one move, we should come up with our candidates. And rook to d8 is another one. And I like your whole concept of knight to f4. And yeah, you're completely right. The only thing that ties the queen and the knight on the edges of the board is that they both have a connection with c5. That's about it. The rest of the pieces, you could have just like rolled them, just thrown them onto the board, right? No connection whatsoever.
Right. So okay, let's see. After c5 happens, White has to get the bishop out. I mean, White cannot just play with three pieces like this, and those three pieces are not even coordinated. So let's take a look after bishop e3.
Okay.
Next move is rook c1.
Yeah. Next move, yeah. It's not easy actually, because I guess c5 was very much based on the light squares being weak with once White had played g3. And if there is no g3 in the air, then why is Black rushing with c5? So, okay, so if you continue with your c4, the c4 plan that we saw,
And let's try to do rook c1.
And then this bishop a6.
Yeah, black is pretty active. And rook comes. Okay, let's see this one again, whether it's possible to happen, which I don't think it's possible. That after b3 here, where is the tactic? It could be knight.
Rook.
We can take h2 as well. Oh, we can take rook.
Yeah, we can take. Yeah, we can take on h2. We can take the rook. What else can we do? Let's let's run through those possibilities.
Yeah, this is 1. This is 2.
Maybe you can take the h pawn, Irene, first.
Yep. Yeah, you cannot take it because rook on f1 is hanging. So you have to play king h1, but this is even worse for white. Oh, now you take the rook because the king cannot take f1 anymore. Yes, and then you have this position with 3 pieces for a queen, like 2 rooks and 2 rooks and 1 minor piece for a queen, which is a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so that's one thing. So bishop c4 is not a good move in this position. And if you play b3, just try to keep pressuring the c4 pawn.
You can still take the pawn on h2. It's a nice tactical point because queen takes h2 is going to be met by queen takes queen, and then you can capture on d3. So king h1, and now we can, at the very least,
you can just move back, and then you already have a pawn up anyway, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. That's dangerous. Okay, so queen h5, c5 is pretty good. I don't see any other move apart from bishop e3. I like this b3 move, but when I see there's bishop e5 here, there's also bishop f4, maybe bishop e5 first, or even knight e5, knight f4, just those are just a few things that black can calculate. What else is there? Your move rook d8 as well. I like this developing move while attacking the bishop on d3.
Yeah, and there's no way to kind of get your moves that you want to get in. You kind of want to get an f4, e5, and somehow just have some fun. And okay, what else? So let's roll back to the bishop e3, rook to c1, because at least that one included some development. So let's go bishop e3, c4, rook c1, bishop a6, and now you don't need to move the bishop, but let's just centralize the other rook f to d1. Hang on, I just need to make sure there's knight on a4 is
knight on a4 is hanging. But the good news is when I saw this move like queen d7, at least this one is going to be hanging too if we just drop back the bishop. Or another thing is to play queen a5. This is also one thing that I considered. So for the time being, I think the knight a4 is fine. But there should be a way for black to somehow exploit this position. Maybe taking this is what we've been looking at before. Like, maybe just take, the same thing. Oops, apparently not. Apparently you can just play king h. No, my gosh, what's going on?
You got knight c5, so you can simply go queen takes bishop.
That's right.
And then
and then knight c5 is there, yeah? And the bishop cannot keep protecting it. You just throw in all of these pawn moves. And bishop c6, for example. And you're entering another opposite colored endgame again. But now with one more pawn on the board. Actually, it was the same. The other game, remember, it was a pass pawn on b file. On c file. But now it's just an extra pawn on the other side.
Yes, and that's an important pawn as well, because you can imagine, that lifting up to b5 and the bishop on e3 anchored to the f2 square, it's just going to be very strong pointing at a7. So yeah, this is really, really fantastic for white. So both sides have to be careful. Queen h5 and Tan, she's thinking about what to play. So we looked at one plan with c5, looked very, very natural to do that. And we saw that black was doing absolutely fine. But you have to see quite deep into the weeds, so to speak, to understand that the pawn actually isn't a liability standing on c4. That there are some tactical points for bishop takes h2. And that might be very difficult to visualize.
Yep. I think this is some approach that Tan has to take anyway, because if you would like to attack, you have to keep as many pieces as possible on the board. So that is why I'm leaning towards c5 now when I see all of these ideas compared to knight f4. Because after you trade at least one piece like this, judging from the match situation, of course, Wenjun will be very comfortable. Like, I'm not saying that white is better or anything. It's just that because of the match situation requires Ju Wenjun to just, let's say, making all the games drawn, for example. She doesn't have to play, or she doesn't have to give extra effort to the game. She just has to keep all the balance and then let her opponent try, right? So yeah, if the game somehow lands into this variation, I think she's going to be quite happy. So that's why you have to keep all the pieces on the board and then just play c5. And she played something else. I think it's rook b8.
Rook b8. Okay, that wasn't on our radar. And at first sight, I'm not a big fan of that move, just because it encourages white to play b3. And b3 stabilizes the knight on a4. It controlled the c4 square, something that we saw was like super important actually, because black could free themselves with c5, c4. Okay, but that's just my first impressions. I am allowed to change them. Hasn't that happened to you, Irene? Like, you look at your opponent's move and you're like, I don't like it. And the more you think about it, you're more like, actually becoming a fan here.
Yeah, I think what she's trying to do is somewhat to cooperate this rook into rook b5. Obviously not now, because there is still bishop d3. But okay, one thing to note as well. After this move, after bishop takes d6, no one has played queen h5 yet until Ju Wenjun played it. So most of other games, I don't know about your correspondent database, Yovi. Maybe there's a queen h5 on the board, because that is because queen h5 is objectively not the best move. The best move is g3, and if you play correspondent chess and you can get any sort of help to come up with the best move, you normally would like to play g3 in this position. And queen h5 is already showing us that this is the uncharted water, and probably for Tan Zhongyi as well. Maybe she was pretty much prepped with g3 and all sort of playing style there after g3, and now she chose to play rook b8. Yeah, I agree with you. It doesn't really deter b2, b3 from happening. It can do so at the moment, but I was still thinking there maybe it's something to do with any sort of a trade with this bishop or with this knight, and then when this rook moves away, you can incorporate rook b5 into your idea, or even rook b4, attacking this knight and this pawn. Yeah, it's still like my visualization. I still have to implement it in a concrete way. So let's be creative here. What do we do as white after rook b8?
Okay, well, we have some moves. You don't have to rush with b3. You can keep that in reserve. The knight on a4 is doing a sterling job of protecting b2. So let's continue with some big ideas. So I have some choices. Rook to d1, bishop to e3. I'm trying to be methodical here. Let's just go. I can't quite make up my mind, but I think bishop e3. Let's I understand that after knight to f4 I might be wasting time with bishop takes knight. but it doesn't
Oh,
matter.
maybe this is the whole idea of rook b8 anyway. Because if you play bishop e3, losing control for b2, then I can try playing knight e5. My idea is, I know this might not be the best, but my idea is something like after bishop e2, then the rook will step into b4, and somehow we get another attacker on the board. So this could be what Tan Zhongyi had in mind. But as we speak, after I put knight e5, the bar doesn't like it for black actually. It's liking for white. So maybe it's almost forced that this bishop has to go to c2, and this move knight g6 knight e5 doesn't really mean anything. It's just one move threat which can easily be solved. And yeah,
Right.
what else is there? It's just we try to accumulate all these ideas because we never know when we are going to be able to use them, right? So one idea is to get this rook into b5 or b4, attacking here and there. What else? So bishop e3, bishop
And can you go
e3,
knight f4? I mean, the
knight
reason
f4.
why, yeah, this is so funny, like the difference in our styles. So you're knight e5 going for the attack, and I'm like, oh, knight f4, I have to lose a move. I'm not happy about losing a move. And I thought, hey, okay, you have to go bishop takes knight, bishop takes bishop, and the argument was just, okay, I've literally lost a move here.
Yeah, that is correct too. Yeah, one thing to note is, if we would like to give a checkmate on h7 by playing e5, this is another one move threat which easily can be solved after g6, and then you can say goodbye to your pawn afterwards. So not recommendable. But yeah, in this position, you're right, Yovi, that white was losing one tempo there by playing bishop e3 and then take f4 on the next move. Yeah, the position I think is still quite balanced, but black can actually be relieved, right? Because now black has a pair of bishops, and it looks like the position is more comfortable than it was before, because I'm pretty sure that the bishop on e3 was a very, or the dark square bishop was a very important bishop. So yeah, I wouldn't like to change it and then end up in this position.
Yeah, it's I agree. It's a tough position actually. Now that white hasn't gone g3, you have to always mind the h2 point, and this isn't giving the free hand, to go rook d1, rook c1, and the black knight is now always going to jump into f4. So do you take the time out now to go g3 and just argue, well, the queen is actually quite well placed on h5, ready to swing across if needed?
Yeah, if you play g3 here, then you have to admit that queen h5 is not doing anything. So it's also another loss of tempo. So probably if I'd like to continue this position, maybe at some point I have to come to terms that eventually this bishop has to be exchanged with the knight. But instead of losing a tempo by playing bishop e3, then play something else, probably b3. And also asking the question like, what are you going to do next? Because after bishop b2, allowing knight f4, there is queen g4. It is like a Susansu, because you have to protect the g7 first before you move on. But we do have a move, and it is b3.
It is b3. Okay, so that was the natural reaction. Just make sure that the rook on b8 doesn't actually point to a target. You overprotect the knight on a4. Excellent stuff. Now, I like this move on principle, but the thing is that black is getting very active. So there are a few moves that kind of spring to mind. Rook to d8 is one. Might as well get those tempo moves. Your big threat of bishop takes h2 on the board. Knight f4 is also still very much in the air. I don't particularly like the knight coming to e5, I'm going to say, because the knight on e5 feels like a target. You're encouraging white to drop the bishop back and then go f4. And just, then the queen on h5 actually has a point. So of those moves, I think I like the tempo move.
Mm-hmm.
As
I
long as
like,
there's no tactical problems with the
yeah, I
rook
like
going
those
to
two moves that
b1.
you mentioned. Rook d8, it's definitely very suiting to my style as well. Something, you know, that you'd like to attack. Rook d8 here, you want to not sacrifice actually, just capture the h2 pawn and then grab this along the way. So probably in this position, something has to be done with this bishop. Cannot imagine where. Maybe c2, just drop back to c2. What is
Is rook
the
d1 an issue? I mean, just
rook d1? I see.
Yeah, just try to, again, requires calculation because you are setting yourself up for a pin and you have to work out, is bishop e5 going to be problematic?
Yeah, I think the key here is not to be lazy because such a move, it looks scary. But if you calculate well that there's nothing going to happen after rook d1, then of course it's a playable move. And as far as I can see here, the bar is still standing still, so it's fine. Playing rook d1 is totally fine. I was a bit scary at first because you're putting yourself into a self pin like this, but there's nothing happening that yet. And on the next move, you can already connect your rooks by playing bishop b2 maybe, or bishop e3.
Yeah. And also the bishop can either spring out to g5 as well with tempo.
Right. So I still like to incorporate this idea as well. It could be now, it could be one move before instead of rook d8, but at some point or the other, I think we have to get knight f4 out of the way. So you have to take, and maybe you can play g3 in this position, giving a luft for the king, and also it's a light square luft, so the dark square bishop wouldn't be able to attack it, and probably move back to e5, and then you get to the center like this somehow, looking pleasant, but black also has things going on, right? Mainly, okay, what's the idea here? Double up the rook, maybe. Oh, this one, maybe. Rook b4, rook d4. This can be another idea.
Yeah. Another idea is just simply to park up the bishop on d4 and say outpost
of the
support that
bishop
with a pawn.
and
Yeah, and
then
then support that with a pawn.
This,
yeah, I was thinking more e5, and almost you feel like you should just abandon c6 on account of the fact that it's just a nuisance. You have to defend all the time. e5, and then just argue that a bishop fundamentally is better than a knight. That's it.
Okay, so on game 6, just one game ago, Tan Zhongyi was playing with white pieces and she got punished for her knight on a3, which moved a bit too late to the center. And now Ju Wenjun has the knight on a4 as well. I mean, it's not so much different, a3, a4. Although it's looking much better compared to the knight on a3 in game 6. If Wenjun couldn't put the knight into a better square, and especially when you have a bishop like this, and somehow, you know, it protects all the squares that the knight could go, and it could be a problem too. Yeah, but this is the case if somehow black has a pair of bishops on the board. So we can also see this position without rook d1, rook d8, rook d1. And what if we just step in immediately with knight f4 here, bishop takes, and start from here? Because this rook can actually go to d1, although, yeah, naturally you would like to put it on c1, right? Just to somehow attack this pawn. But this might happen. Okay, still g3, rook here and here. It could be just a transposition, actually, Yovi. Like this could be reached very easily.
Right. But also we're making an assumption that g3 will happen because somehow g3 was a move earlier. With the queen on h5, you don't actually need to kick that bishop to somewhere it actually wants to go. So I'm thinking maybe just go rook to or maybe knight to c5.
Knight c5.
And
Knight c5. Okay. And then what does the knight do? You just want to put it there?
I want it to look good. That's it. I mean, no deeper function than that. Okay.
Yeah, I think the knight was better on a4 because it was more, it was stabilized on a4. But okay, let's see. If I play rook here, next move I'd like to attack this knight.
And now rook f to d1.
Rook f to d1. Yeah, I still like this idea, rook b4, rook d4. Oh, I forgot. I can try to ask the question to your queen, because the queen is kind of protecting c5 but also protecting h2. So can I play g6 like this and then see where the queen goes?
Yeah, it's a nuisance, right? Because if the queen just kind of casually goes to h4, which might be the best move, but there are some queen to d6s in the air.
Yeah,
targeting both the knight and the bishop, and the bishop on f4 is covering c1. So yeah, it's a nice. I think this is already going to give black
some
nice
edge.
Position. So you can't quite do knight to c5 just yet. But knight c5, I think in general, is something that you might want to be doing. You're just arguing the knight is dominating the bishop, blah, blah, blah. It looks good. Nothing fancy. Yeah. But it does look like, whether she likes it or not, g3 probably will have to get played. Rook after d, whether you play rook after d1 in this particular position. Well, we have a move, rook to d8.
Yeah. She goes for your idea, Yovi, rook d8, which again can be a transposition after knight f4 as well. And now I think we rule it out, right? Rook d1 might be the best response after rook d8, because you don't want to step back with the bishop, and instead you'd like to get your pieces, especially your rooks, guarding the center too. So because if you step back like this, for example, I think you're just losing time to respond your opponent's idea in such a defensive way. And especially after this, now I like my idea rook b5. Somehow another rook is coming into the play. But if you step back down the other way to e2, what's the difference here? One way is to play bishop here and then rook here, for example, is still another disturbance. Like, it's a bit annoying because I just don't see any coordination in white spaces. That's it. Because black is suddenly very active in this position.
Yeah, and the problem is as well is that you can't meet bishop to e5 with bishop to b2, because this lets go of controlling the f4 square.
Yeah, I think you're just worse after that. You have f4 here, you have rook d2. Actually, knight f4 may be better. Oh, you have rook d2 as well after that. Yeah, suddenly every piece is coming.
Yeah, completely. And it just goes to show, this knight on g6, you do need to lock it out of the game with a well-timed g3. And here you have to, if you take a step back, it does feel that you allow possibilities. Bishop c2, rook b5 in the air, your move, bishop coming to e5, and so many jumps, bishop e2. And this knight on a4, it's headed towards c5, but it doesn't do that much. Whereas the action, suddenly we see with the rook on b8, the rook on d8, your rook b4, rook d4 plans, look very, very good. So Ju Wenjun slightly on the back foot here. She has to play some accurate moves.
Yep, that's right, Yovi. Yes. Now things have turned a little bit, because it is Ju Wenjun who needs to play very accurately. And there you go, we see rook d1 on the board. I think Tan's move, it's not going to be too long after this because she already set her mind and her plan towards attacking the center files. And what do you think her coming moves are? Is it knight f4? Is it bishop e5? I'm just looking at all the active moves. Or is it, I don't know what else can be, rook d4? I mean, rook b4 to rook d4, but it's a bit premature for now, I say. Knight f4 looks more likely.
Knight f4 looks completely normal. You get the bishop pair, that's always something to celebrate. And there's still the pressure against h2. You have the very natural plan of just, anchoring the bishop to a fantastic square on d4. I mean, it becomes a beast. Rooks are primed to mobilize. So, yeah, I agree that there's a lot of choice here. But one thing I would not do, and I would really urge caution, is this plan of going knight e5. The knight doesn't belong on e5.
Yep, let's see it. If knight e5 happens, then the bishop can move back to e2 just like this, I guess, without any
C2.
problem. Or c2. Oh yeah, c2. You would like to keep attacking h7, right? c2.
Yeah.
Yep. This is one way. You can play bishop b2 next, or bishop e3, and then preparing for f4. So yeah, that looks pretty nice. Okay. So I was just, it might be too early, but seeing how the position is changing, UV, obviously white can play all sort of defensive moves, and then white can still be fine, but I started to like Tan Zhongyi's chances in this game.
Me too. I am also liking her chances just because it feels like this is a position that will suit her style.
Yep.
She'll be allowed to jump in with a knight to f4, and I don't think she's going to be playing quickly because somehow or other I think her team have kind of advised her to slow it down. There's no point in ending up with more time than your opponent on the clock. You don't get any bonus points for that. So I think they've said slow it down, and take your time and think about all of the possibilities. And I think she's considering knight f4, bishop e5, I think is also good. Anything else. There doesn't seem to be anything else other than your rook to b4, rook to d4 ideas. But why not get the bishop pair?
Exactly. Yeah. Let's see it one more time. I think what's more likely to happen is knight f4, bishop takes. And the reason why I like g3 in this position is because I feel like this rook has to move to c1. So you just have to ask this question to the bishop, where the bishop moves. If the bishop stays on this diagonal, it doesn't really have any other purpose than to stop rook c1. But at what cost, right? The cost is too high for the bishop. It's no longer very active. So probably the bishop will have to move to e5 and rook ac1. And this is the position that we have to start playing. But I really like your idea, Yovi. Centering the bishop to an outpost square to d4 and then cement it with e5. This is very sound. But we have a move and it's rook b4. Didn't I say it was a bit too premature?
Yeah, you did say that this was an idea on the horizon as opposed to doing it right now. Because right now it feels a little bit loose, right? You see bishop a3. That's there. It was no longer a great move. Also, somehow or other, white can take some time out now to defend against knight f4. And let's kind of dive in. To say one goes, okay, right, you had your chance to go knight f4 and you don't have it anymore. Let's go.
Let's stop it by playing g3, maybe?
Yeah.
But the whole idea of rook b4, I think, should like to switch it to d4. So this might be the move. But we see the bar is liking it for white. So maybe we can just attack this rook anyway.
Exactly. So bishop to
e3 or b2?
Let's just pick a random one because I can't make up my mind. My
Okay,
vibe is
let's
bishop
say
e3. I don't know why. Oh, yours is bishop b2. I like, yeah, bishop b2 is a maximalist one. Okay, yeah, I like it. And then
yeah,
now the question is, do
this
you
is
have any funny business?
yeah. I might try to create some funny business after this because my intention is somehow to gather some attack to g7. Again, I have to be a bit kind of a visionary women because for the time being it's very hard to gather this attack objectively, but you always have to accumulate this type of idea one way or the other, so that whichever works. So now after bishop b2, maybe the rook has to move again, so maybe after rook b4 and then g3. Switching to d4 is not the best idea yet. But what else can Tan Zhongyi play here if this happens? Bishop e5.
Bishop e5, yeah, that at least get those tempo moves going.
Yeah, bishop e5 attacking this, and if you move rook b1, then we get this one with a tempo. Although it looks like the bar says it should be fine, but just by playing those two moves, it feels that Black is in control right now. Like you're attacking one, you're attacking again, and the only piece that is not working is this bishop is just waiting the right diagonal to move. So now maybe you have to be in a defensive mode now. The bishop is hanging, and if you move it backwards, then I think it looks a bit scary, although it should be fine. It's just every piece here looks, no coordination still. The rook here is unprotected. The knight is offside. The queen is also offside. Yeah. So what else? Queen e2 maybe protecting this, but now should be fine because your next move is bishop b2 or bishop e3.
Right, but you can do a pylon on the D line, right? You can just move the queen, although you have to be accurate because if you go queen d7, the knight will come to c5.
Yep. So if the queen goes to d6, do we have to be very defensive by playing at b2? You cannot move the bishop now. I think knight b2 might be the only move.
Unless there's some funny business with bishop out to g5.
Bishop g5, I think.
But then you go f6, and then it's
yeah.
Yeah.
And you lose on the spot, right? Because it's a double attack for both of the bishops. Yeah, I think knight b2 is almost forced here. I don't see any other move. And then you are still pinning your hope with this idea, bishop e3, and try to make it work. Yeah, but it's how easy it is. In such a match, you play all these defensive moves back to back for like 3 times. And you might start feeling, oh, am I doing it wrong? Like, am I doing something wrong in my game? But of course, the resulting position after knight b2, white is actually fine. But what I'm saying is psychologically, I think it might be hard for Ju Wenjun to think like, the position is fine. I just have to play 3 defensive moves and that's it. Right? It's coming unnatural to almost every player.
Yeah, it's very difficult to curl up into a ball and just defend move by move. So it's not easy, but we have established what Tan's plan is to go bishop to e5, then double. So that's her plan. Okay, so if we go back to the live game and look at that position, okay, candidate moves. So this, we were just looking at g3, stopping a knight coming to f4. Other moves that white can play.
Okay, since you would like to play rook d4, we still also have another move, bishop e3. Although in the other variation, when we play bishop e3, it feels like white is going to waste a tempo after knight f4 because you have to take it back, and this is going to be the position. And if this happens, no, it's pretty nice for black. With this pair of bishop, active rooks, I think black should really go for this variation. So let's not play bishop e3. Apart from g3, all other moves allows knight f4.
Well, you have bishop g5.
Bishop g5. And okay.
Does that do anything? That provokes f6.
No, that provokes queen a5 for me.
Ah, okay. I
always would like to attack. Maybe it's objectively bad. I need to calculate that move, but it's naturally I would like to come with an attack if any of my pieces get attacked. So maybe queen f5 is another candidate move, but f6 looks more natural. And now the bishop has to move again. But you are right. Now the bar is liking it for white, so that should be a reason. What is the reason?
Okay, well, what about your queen a5 move then? So, yeah, because then I guess the bishop... Because one of the things with f6... Yeah, go on.
Yeah, maybe there's a concrete line in this f6. Is it e5? Can I play a move like e5? No, it looks bad. Actually, you're just giving up a pawn. But okay. Is it working? Because after e5 you have to take with the bishop. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, I thought there's something around the king, but I don't see anything after this. After that, like this, you can just simply takes and then takes this. Yeah, nothing in the back rank. Okay, so that is not a good move. Let's see queen a5. I don't think it's a good move though. It just looks fancy. Sorry, bishop g5 and then queen a5. Okay, what is so bad about it?
I thought bishop e2.
Bishop e2. Yeah. Bishop e2. Yeah, now the queen is supported. And whenever f6 happens, you have bishop d2. And then, yeah, and then you're forcing the trade of the queens. So I think we ruled this out. If there is a trade of the queens and white also keeps the pair of bishops, I think white is fine, right? Because now after trading the queens, this one is hanging, by the way, but I think not for long because this one is also hanging. You can just move back like this and then grab this one. It should be fine. Yeah, white is no longer in any danger. So what is the best move then after bishop g5? I like your provoking move of bishop g5, and turns out f6 is not the best reaction.
Yeah, I don't know, but we haven't established why f6 isn't a great response, because that was my natural one, and I thought, well, big deal, right?
Yep.
f6. And
maybe it's the same thing like if you play bishop e3. So let's play knight f4. No, the queen is hanging, so yeah, you can take the rook and attacking the queen. Okay, what then?
So if f6, though we didn't find anything concrete, it could just be simply bishop coming back to d2 or e3, and then white is just arguing that f6 weakened the king. The end.
Yeah, maybe it's bishop e3. That's right, because at some of the lines, there is this queen e8 threat. So we saw that after bishop e3 on the other variation, that f4 was pretty good, but I don't think it's the case anymore after bishop c4. Because now suddenly you have a weakness on e6, you have a weakness on the back rank, and your rook cannot be connected with the other rook, which was your initial intention, by the way, to play rook d4 and connect the rooks on the d file, and on all those plans you cannot achieve it. Yeah, so this provocation, bishop g5 is, I think, is a pretty good idea. Yep. So after bishop g5, what should black do instead then?
Well, that will be the question, right? If Ju finds the tricky bishop g5, then the questions are going to be all on Tan. And as Ju settles into the think tank, we'd like to remind you that if 2 players isn't enough action for you, the 4-player chess championship begins on April 14th in one of chess.com's oldest and most popular variants. You'll compete in a free-for-all format on a 160 square board against 3 opponents at once. If you can master this chaotic variant, you'll take home the lion's share of a $5,000 prize fund. To learn more about 4-player chess and how to compete in the championship, visit go.chess.com/4playerchamps or use !4 versus 4 in chat, and we'll be right back with Game 6 of the Women's World Championship after this break.
Happy you are with your achievements in chess? I mean, are you happy or not?
Overall, yes.
True. My second question is, do you think you're a genius?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
How probable it is that you will be back in top 3 in, let's say, next 5 years?
A bit unlikely.
True. I'm a bit surprised. I thought you're more of an optimistic guy.
No, it's just waiting has never been like my main preoccupation. I care more about winning titles.
I can add that it causes a lot of reactions in him. He has a big desire to be much better.
No, I was happy to know that
We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere.
No,
We're finding the core of the
I was
problem.
happy to know that I have big desires still in chess.
Do you think that blitz or rapid, with its importance, can be compared to a classical time format?
Not yet, but it should.
True, but it's like an opinion with many facets.
Without a yes and no answer. Okay, to follow up this question, for you personally, blitz and rapid matters as much as classical chess?
No.
Lie.
Finally, getting somewhere.
He wanted to be caught. He wanted to be caught.
I got him with that question.
Yes, you did.
How afraid you are that somebody, while playing you, will be using illegal assistance?
In general, afraid. Like, not with everybody, but I'm pretty sure it has happened in the past.
True.
The Women's World Chess Championships did not exist until 1927, 41 years after chess's first open world championship. It has taken many forms since its start: round robins, double round robins, octuple round robins, Swiss tournaments, head-to-heads of varying lengths, and knockouts. For the first 17 years, the Women's Championship was held by a single player, Vera Menchik, a Czechoslovak born in Russia and living in England. She defended her title 7 times, the last time being in 1939 at the onset of World War II. On June 26, 1944, a deluge of German flying bombs fell upon London. Still holding her title, Vera Menchik unfortunately died in the attack. As the 1940s drew to a close, the Women's World Championship resumed from December 1949 to January 1950. This time, another commanding reign was established, and the so-called Soviet era of women's chess began. from 1950 until 1991, the title of Women's World Champion was held by a Soviet. This era also saw the establishment of a candidate cycle for the Women's Championship, along with the Open. In 1991, the era of Soviet dominance drew to a close. At just 20 years old, Xie Jun brought the Women's World Championship to China for the first time. It would not be the last. Xie held on to the title for 5 years until Susan Polgar secured a candidate's win and triumphed over Xie in the 1996 championship fight. By the time Susan was called to defend her title in 1999, she had a young child and requested to postpone the event. FIDE refused. Instead, the championship would be a fight between the first and second place finishers of the candidates cycle. Xie Jun was back for a title fight, and she defeated Elisa Galiamova convincingly. Over the next few cycles, China struggled to keep a firm grasp on the women's championship, winning and losing the title until 2016. Hou Yifan secured her fourth championship win in 2016, starting a decade of Chinese dominance that still continues to this day. In 2018, Ju Wenjun became the women's world champion and has reigned ever since.
Your brain is a supercomputer, capable of millions and millions of complex calculations and decisions. But your brain needs exercise, practice to keep it sharp and incisive. Chess puzzles are a great way to work out your brain. Daily puzzle solving makes your mind fit, building pattern recognition, critical thinking, and memory. Doing puzzles every day makes your mind fit, helping you build creativity, problem solving, and memory skills. Puzzles on chess.com feature hundreds of thousands of original, beautiful problems tailored to your level. Whether you've never played before or you're a veteran, whatever level you're at, chess.com's coach will help explain both the puzzle and the solution so you learn as you go. Most importantly, chess.com puzzles are fun. Find interesting, beautiful solutions while building streaks, leveling up, and competing with friends. Try puzzles today on chess.com and give your brain the exercise it's craving.
And on this beautiful Sunday, we are back in Chongqing with Game 7 of the FIDE Women's World Championship. It's the second half of the event, and Ju Wenjun, who is currently in the think tank, she is 2 points ahead of Tan Zhongyi. So the onus is all on Tan, whether she can create this fiery position in order to mix things up and unsettle the reigning champion. Can she do it? Well, it's Ju Wenjun to play, and Ju Wenjun is the one contemplating what to do. Should she come out with the bishop to g5 as we were considering just before the break, or does she have something more quieter in mind just to hold the balance? But either way, we are in for a treat. This one is shaping up to be a really nice fight, Irene.
That's very true. I think this is the type of position that Tan Zhongyi needs to happen in the game, because I was a bit worried in the beginning that Ju Wenjun might be able to find all the simple variations, you know, a trade here, a trade there, going to end game, and then just settle for a draw. Because usually when you're playing with white pieces, something like that, such strategy can easily be done. But here, yeah, this is far from simple, Yovi. And the more I see it, the more I like Tan Zhongyi's chances, although of course objectively it's still pretty much equal. And we still haven't ruled out the move after bishop g5. What should Black do about it? And also, a bit unrelated to the game, you were mentioning a beautiful Sunday. And I just realized that today is the birthday of the one and only Garry Kasparov.
Yeah, it's a very special day in our household as well, as I have two family members celebrating their birthdays as well. So all born on the same day as the great 13th world champion Garry Kasparov. 13th might be unlucky for some, but I think for those people, it's a very special day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, back to the game. Let's see. So we saw g3, we saw bishop g5. I still would like to make this move work. Bishop b2, so let's just put it on the board.
Okay, well, the consequence of that is that Black can dive in with the knight to f4, and I say thank you very much. Although I'm not really sure whether it's that thank you, because you're going to move the queen. I know you. You're going to move your queen, and you're going to threaten checkmate, and you're going to ask questions, and I may or may not have the correct answers.
Ooh, but this is fine because I think you summoned your knight over here. Ah, look at this little move. F5. This might be
F5,
the move.
yeah.
Wow. Attack replied by another attack because now you are protecting the g7 pawn with the queen and you're still setting up this threat along this diagonal because your idea is, okay, let's just put it on the board. After takes this, you would like to capture this, and this knight cannot even be captured. But we have a move, UV. It is bishop b2. Wow.
Oh, okay. Bishop b2. Interesting. Now, one of the reasons why I was a little bit hesitant to go knight to f4, well, it wasn't because of queen to g4, because I did see f5, but because of queen to g5.
Queen g5. Okay, let's see what's the difference.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just eyeballing the rook on d8 and also threatening checkmate, which is always going to get the heart rate pulsing. So, okay. But I see the evaluation bar is like, no, not good.
Yeah, let's investigate why it is not good. Because if we have the same approach, like when we saw queen g4 and then f5, if f6 happens, the thing is after bishop takes f6, you take the 8 and it's also a direct attack to the queen afterwards. So in replying knight d3, you don't really have to take this knight back, but you take the rook and it's hitting the queen. So what's not good after queen g5? Is it just a mere e5? And then that way also this bishop somehow gets out to e6 maybe? I mean, not necessarily now, but it's just an idea. You're stopping everything. The knight is very safe and the knight is hitting the bishop, setting up a very good outpost on f4. And you cannot push g3 because you can say goodbye to your queen afterwards. So probably it's just a simple e5, UV.
Yeah, simple e5. It's interesting because as Black, you might not necessarily want to be making that move because you're like, okay, well, consequences, the bishop now can go to c4 and there's now a bishop bearing down on f7. But it does, as you mentioned, have some concrete effect on this queen on g5. So say you go bishop c5. Let's just improve the bishop.
Bishop.
So bishop c4. Sorry, my coordinates. Are sometimes questionable. Yeah. And so you see, it's already like losing. And I'm pretty sure it's to do with this queen on
What about that?
G5.
What about this move? Bishop h3. Bishop h3, yeah. Instead of just a normal development for the bishop, go straight to the attack.
Bishop h3. Then I was thinking bishop takes e5. Two can play that game.
So this is your idea. I just didn't realize that you've been setting up some trap on my back rank. Yes. I see. Okay, attack with attack. Nice, UV. Okay, so now what should I do? Is it just h6? A simple h6?
Yes, because then you've got rook takes bishop. Okay, so the queen, if she drops back to g3, you've got rook takes c4, and then knight e2, check. I think you'll find it's goodbye to the queen.
Yep. So the queen has to go to h4.
And
you still do the same thing. I think you can just step back with bishop e7. You're forcing the queen to go to g3 in the end. So let's say bishop e7. And if you take this one, that's fine. I don't know how you take it back. With the queen or with the bishop? I think with the queen, because if with the bishop, there might be bishop e5.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe with the queen, and then the queen cannot go anywhere, but only this move, so that now you sacrifice your rook, so you can get knight e2 coming up next. Yep. So wow, bishop b2. It's easy move actually. Back to back, knight f4. It should be one of the moves that you calculate in the beginning, like instantly. If I see this position, does it work or not? It's a different story. But first, I have to consider knight f4, and once you rule it out that knight f4 is actually working, it doesn't matter where the queen goes. You always have e5, and then you can be happy with this position. Wow, Yovi. So we were right. It was Ju Wenjun who has to play very, very precisely. Otherwise, such a move like bishop b2 makes her kind of like almost suffering into an inferior position.
Right, and things can turn as well because of the tactical nature, and something to do with what you said earlier, how white's pieces are scattered. You take the knight on a4, it's not really working with the bishop, and the queen on h5. They're all like randomly placed, no harmonious goal. And you can imagine that position with a pawn on e5, a knight on f4. It's just really it's really hammering home that point that white is uncoordinated. So yeah, I like knight to f4, and I don't see anything wrong with it. Also, you're renewing the threat of a piece capturing on h2 as well, because if the queen just moves to f3, you got knight takes bishop, and you say hello. That h2 pawn, I would like that very much.
Yep, totally, yeah. Take this, king goes older. Wow, what is happening again?
Well, I went into that one hook, line, and sinker. I didn't expect that evaluation. What's happening?
I think because the bishop doesn't have square to go right now, because if you don't move it, g3 will happen and the bishop is trapped. But okay, you cannot move it to f4 because the queen is overloaded. Rook takes rook, queen takes bishop. And then if the rook takes rook, queen takes rook, still you have some back rank problem maybe. But I'm just wondering what might be the back rank problem is. Oh, I see. If you play bishop d6, you have bishop a3 maybe. You can just get this bishop like that. You cannot play bishop e5 because bishop takes bishop and then queen d8 in the end. And then if you play bishop f4, I think you can just simply push g3. And this bishop will no longer be on this diagonal. It has to move over here, which is objectively the worst diagonal for the bishop. And you can throw in all your pieces, whatever. Bishop e5 maybe. Maybe it's bishop e5 because after queen e7 there's bishop d6.
Well,
okay.
There's also queen c3, Irene.
Queen c3. That's right.
A whole lot of trouble.
Yeah. So many threats along this diagonal. Right. So this bishop b2, if black is not careful, this bishop b2 can be a pretty dangerous bishop. But that was
That was black being greedy, right?
Yeah. So in position f3. So do not take h2. It is the poison pawn.
Okay, and if one... Okay, but then that means... Hang on, let's just take the bishop, just for evaluations purposes.
Take or not take the bishop?
Well, I just wanted to take on it just to see how dangerous it was. So bishop takes, you have to take with the knight, with the rook, sorry. And now, don't take on h2, it's a poison pawn. So let's just make a random move.
But rook d1 is coming, so that's why I don't like taking if black doesn't have a follow-up plan.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to establish. It's like, can you just go bishop to f1 and then...
Oh, bishop f8.
Bishop, what's wrong with my coordinates today? Bishop f8.
Yeah. Okay, something is wrong. I think it's just, you take, bring the other rook. You have this file for the rook. Where does the queen go? If queen back to c7, I think it's gonna be this knight versus this bishop. If you play like this and then capture everything. So I think we kind of agreed before. The more that you traded the pieces, the better it is for white. The easier it is for white to continue the game. So that's why I think after bishop b2 here, I like knight f4. But after queen f3, keeps this knight, because the reason why I like this knight is there's no reason for this knight to capture the bishop. After we ruled out that the h2 pawn is a poison pawn that we cannot take it, then there's no reason to take this bishop, because the whole idea of taking the bishop is to get an extra pawn. But once we know that we cannot get the extra pawn, I think just play e5. It's stopping everything here. The knight is very strong on f4, although now the computer doesn't like it. Why? Maybe bishop c4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you know, the thing I don't like about black's position is that the rook to b4, it looks very artificial with the bishop on b2 covering the all-important d4 square.
Mm-hmm.
So I almost feel that this knight f4 jump is actually not the point anymore.
Or
you have to...
I have another idea, Yovi. Okay, so my idea with if you take this takes, okay, if this was white's move again, white will double up the rook, right? But what if we tease this rook a little bit and see where it goes after bishop a6? Because you cannot go to d2. This will just lost in the spot. The rook is hanging, so maybe you have to come back to d1, so that if you come back to d1 square, then you don't have the idea of doubling up the rook again. And we are a bit happy here because finally the bishop is out, and now black can start thinking of doing something else.
Right, but the rook on b4 will probably have to move, because still there's tactical problems with queen potentially swinging over to c3, bishop a3 still on the agenda. e5 is one of those nice disruptive moves, actually, that white can play.
That's right.
And so e5, you almost feel like there's some like pressure going to be happening on it. One of the problems that I see with black's position suddenly, and this is thanks to Ju Wenjun's skill, actually, that the play is very harmonious. You just go rook ac1, you got tactical advantages such as bishop a3, queen to c3, and black doesn't have that coordination. The rook on b4 isn't pointing at anything, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So this leads me to think that we have to be very careful as black right now. If we go back to the game position, now is the moment to settle into the tank and find the right construction of pieces, because you want the rook to kind of travel to d4.
Mm-hmm. But now it got me thinking, after bishop a6, finally the rook moved back to d1. So it's very important that there is no double up the rook. And by the way, knight f4 is on the board. So let's just continue analyzing this, because this actually might happen if Ju Wenjun play queen f3. So maybe it's time to take h2. The reason why it wasn't the option is because whenever you got back to d6, rook a d1 comes, and it's going to be a very unpleasant x-ray to the d8 rook. But now after king h1, put it back to d6, and since this bishop is already on a6, it's very important too that at any point the rook can just move back to b8 and protect the d8 rook if it's necessary. So yeah, now what is the next move? If you play bishop a3, this is what I was talking about. Just move back to b8. Everything is under control. Although maybe there is a better square for the rook then.
Yes. Yeah, I don't recommend b... Although b8 looked very natural, but maybe you can go rook b5.
Rook b5. Yeah. Oh, I forgot that the other side of the board, I mean, the king is kind of a bit dangerous here on the H file. It's, yeah. So, yeah, because I think we kind of agreed that there's nothing along this variation. Yeah, the back rank is safe for black. Like if you just keep taking, it's different to the other position where it was very dangerous on the back rank. Here, maybe queen e7. At the worst case scenario, you have to move back your rook, but otherwise you can just simply play h6 maybe, just one move away to save the back rank. Yeah, so this might be the solution to bishop a6. But okay, let's come back to this position at f4. So we saw queen g5, we saw queen g4, and we saw queen f3. I don't think there is there other moves than that? I mean, queen h4 is there, but I don't see the point of it.
Also, you line up your queen
With the
against
rook, yeah.
the black rook, so you don't want that. So queen f3, and you have to understand that, yeah, you're sacrificing a pawn, but you're winning great things in return. And it's such an important thing, actually. Okay, so let's have a look at queen h4, just for completeness sake.
Oh, queen h4, you just lose on the spot, like this one. Takes d3 and takes h2, you win
yeah.
You win an exchange. Yeah, like this.
Simples.
Important to take this one first with a check. And then, yeah, just winning this endgame. So, okay, that's after... I think it's just a process of elimination anyway. After Ju Wenjun sees that queen g5 is not really good, queen g4 is not really good, and then the only feasible square for the bishop is f3. So I think eventually this queen will land on f3.
Yes, and then we're into some big complications after knight takes bishop. And then it's very, very important that black actually just pushes that rook from d3 with bishop to a6, forces that rook back to d1. Otherwise, black is almost completely lost, right? If you don't do this, rook to d1, and then again, like it does feel like black is in big trouble without this resource. Bishop takes h2, king h1, forced,
and then bishop move it back to d6.
Back. Yeah, you have to do that, other the bishop is trapped. And then we were looking at bishop a3.
And then rook b5.
And rook b5. And one of the reasons I didn't want to go rook to b8 was, okay, the valuation bar went all the way up in white's favor. There is that. But there's also ideas that, you do have rook takes bishop in the air, and the knight can spring onto c5 at the right moment because of back rank issues. So here,
yeah. But Yuvi, I'm a bit nervous for Ju Wenjun right now. I mean, we can safely move this for many reasons. First, we can always take back or anything, right? But to visualize this, and you see on the screen there, yeah. Maybe she was regretting something in her calculation. But anyway, what I was saying is, yeah, for Ju Wenjun to visualize the resulting position, even though the bar says that it's balanced or just slightly better for black, but to visualize this, knight f4, queen f3, knight takes d3, rook takes d3, bishop a6, rook comes back to d1, takes h2, king h1, bishop back to d6. You are down a pawn in a position where both bishops are active. And in so many games, you don't even need to get a pawn. And as long as you get two bishops active, you already are pretty happy with the position. And it's scary for the opponents. It's scary for Ju Wenjun. Moreover, in this position, not only that you are losing a pawn on h2, but that is also the shield pawn for the king. So materially speaking, you are down. Positionally speaking, you're also down. I'm saying like this because for humans' perspective, it's going to be very hard to accept that this might happen. even though us, for the commentators, for the viewers, we see that the bar is just, okay, leaning just a little bit towards black's position. But during the game, it's almost sure that you might feel, no, this is at least -1 position. That's something that I wouldn't like to see it on my position, you know? So
Yeah.
talking about psychology there.
No, it's actually really difficult because, yeah, she'll get to this and she'll have to make an assessment. And also, can we just compare that with the resulting position after queen to g5? Because to all intents and purposes, it doesn't look that bad. You know, okay, the evaluation bar was like, okay, it's much better for black. But I wouldn't, if you go after e5, I wouldn't necessarily assess it as being so much worse for white until you understand that there's tactical issues, right? That the queen on g5 is just saddled out there in no man's land, and that there are tactical problems.
Yeah. But again, when you see a queen like this, it's a very sad queen, yeah? No coordination with this knight, and everything is blocked. The bishop, both bishops are blocked. Just compare this knight to this knight. It's so much different. And then the pawn, yeah, it's just standing so nice. So now is the crossroad for Ju Wenjun, whether she would like to go into an objectively worse position like this, or having some dynamic in the position where it has to be like an imbalanced material where she is down a pawn. It's tough. I mean, those two options, yeah, it's tough which one that I would choose as well.
Yeah. Yes, and I actually think that she's probably in only move territory. And the whole point is that the queen on g5 in this particular game position that we have, that analysis, and okay, she drops the queen back to f3.
Okay.
She'd sidestepped any danger there. This is the correct move because, as we saw, the queen on g5 just in big tactical trouble. Queen f3, and now it's the turn for Tan Zhongyi to be precise. She has to find knight takes bishop, and then she has to back it up with a sequence bishop to a6. Otherwise, she is also going to be in trouble.
Yeah. So let's try to make. Okay, we saw knight takes d3 being the best move here. Let's try and make other moves. What could be the moves here?
But we tried e5. We tried a whole load of them, and
yeah,
we didn't really
e5. We don't really like after the position. After bishop c4. Yeah, because now suddenly this bishop is active, and now you can actually start building up again on the d file, because after e5 the bishop is not controlling h2 anymore, and this bishop has a very good diagonal. So that's, I guess, an easy reason why e5 is not a good move. And okay, I'm just throwing some other move, like very, very random. Let's say h6. There might be some. Oh, is it some tactic with e5, or just bishop c3, or dropping back the bishop?
There's bishop a3 in the air. There's also e5, and there's also bishop to c4. I
Bishop
kind of like all of
f1,
those
bishop
moves.
c4.
Yeah, because there's kind of problems with these pieces on f4 and d6. So maybe we can have a look at the most immediate one, which is like e5 is probably the one that we should immediately look at. No, I mean after h6.
Oh, after h6, sorry.
You know, yeah, probably e5 direct means
e5. Yeah, can you take?
You can,
because I was thinking that this one is hanging too, like in the resulting position. If you take, I mean, as long as you don't sacrifice your bishop, because a1 rook is hanging. Yeah, like this. So maybe it's fine. It's still fine to sacrifice this pawn to e5, but just don't continue with another sacrifice to h7. So in this position, I think you have to take, and after taking this, the bishop has to move, or this rook moves.
Yeah, and maybe you could go. It also feels like this is one of those Catalan positions here, where you go bishop c4 and then you take on c6, and at the end of it, black is saddled with a really bad bishop on c8.
Yep. Yeah, even though black is a pawn up, yes, there is a compensation to this position. Yeah, this could be one, but of course, there's no reason why Tan Zhongyi has to play h6. It's just completely a waste of tempo. But let's just find another move, but useful move maybe.
Yeah, well, this is the thing as well. So say you I don't know, go bishop to d7. Look, I'm trying to get that piece out. And you already feel that this is already incredibly loose because of bishop a3. There's a3 in the air. No. Knight takes bishop is the only move that makes sense.
Yep.
I
agree.
Tempo moves. Rook takes knight, forced because the bishop takes h2. Bishop a6, excellent move. Again, forced because otherwise white was the one doubling. Rook back to d1. Bishop takes h2. King h1. This is all forced, and then we were looking at bishop. Okay, and so we got to this position, and after bishop a3, we kind of concluded that rook to b5, but we didn't exactly uncover why rook to b8 is such a mistake.
Okay, let's see it. All right, rook b5. I think it's because the position of this bishop is a bit awkward. You take this, takes, and then knight c5. The reason is if you cannot go bishop b5. There's always a4 in the air, and you wouldn't like to step back to c8 because the back rank might be just lost. I think it's maybe losing immediately after queen g3 now, because you have to take with the check, but then this queen is kind of overloaded, guarding the d8 square, also guarding the b8 rook. So you have to go with other things. Let's say bishop b7, but I think it's also queen g3. You have more. Yeah, I will double the queen in the end, but I think, okay, it might not be the best, but my point is, even in this type of position, doubling up the pawns on g-file, it's still fine because this knight is very, very strong. It's a superior knight, and you just follow it up with rook d7 and you can enjoy the position. So yeah, I think with the position of bishop a6, that's a bit awkward. So after knight c5, black has to come up with something else, but it's already a bit unpleasant now.
It is already, right? So yeah, rook to b8 is a bad move. We can just eliminate that one very nicely, actually, because of knight to c5. A very important theme in the Catalan, right? To get a piece onto c5 and just dominate this light squared bishop. And as we know, Ju Wenjun and Tan Zhongyi are both Catalan players, so they can draw on those familiar patterns. And knight takes bishop. What about kind of this direction? Knight takes bishop, rook takes knight. If we go back. Yeah, so let's go back to I'm just having because we are running in certain direction. Bishop a6 is forced. Rook to d1. And now the only thing I kind of wanted to explore is what happens if black goes, it feels a bit risky to take on h2.
So if
I'm
black
not sure
has some
about
other
that
option,
one.
yeah?
Yeah, like rook to b8, and you just kind of go, well, next move will be... Although, again, that feels very comfortable for white. You're stepping backwards. Rook ac1.
Yeah, next move we might have this. But okay, after rook b8, I think we have to start thinking about this pawn. So I don't think we can leave it for too long, because I think you can just simply take this and back to e5, since now the rook is already protected. So yeah, we cannot be too generous about this pawn. We have to play g3 or h3. I don't know which one yet. But
Probably
something...
h3, yeah.
Probably h3, okay. Yeah, and yeah, this is a totally playable position for both sides. Anything can still happen. It's a 3-result game. So,
but of the minor pieces, you kind of, well, I kind of favor the knight on a4, which actually has some potential to jump into c5, whereas the bishop on a6, well, it's lacking squares. Let's be diplomatic.
So we were talking about some changes in Tan's preparation. I mean, this is something that we see that needs to happen in her preparation or in any of her routines for this match. And one thing for sure that's changed is her time management, Yuvi. It's completely like a new person sitting there. It's not like Tan Zhongyi we saw in the last 6 games.
Yes, the previous Tan Zhongyi, she was making very quick decisions. She was also walking around a lot, pacing. Now she's firmly stuck at the board, and she is taking her time over those critical moments. I think that was something that needed to be said. I mean, the question is always, when you're playing a match in general and you have seconds and a team behind you, how does your team communicate to you in a positive manner? The one that is likely to encourage you, not batter down your confidence, because Tan was already feeling probably pretty miserable. And so her team needed to say to her, hey, just sit at the board a bit longer, take a little bit of time. And I think it's a good decision. We see Tan, she's considering knight takes bishop. We feel that this is the only move. We haven't actually managed to come up with a single decent move for black, aside from knight takes bishop.
Yeah, there might be, I mean, maybe it is one of the positions where black only has just one move to keep some advantage alive, because otherwise white is ready with any bishop moves right now. Yeah, I think this position requires some concrete continuation. So yeah, if white is given more time in this position, white will definitely move that bishop on d3 to somewhere else, probably to c4 or f1, and then get all the pieces to c1, d1, and then attack your favorite square c5 UV. So yeah, I think she's calculating right now, because she knows that she has to be precise. Again, during the match, you cannot help but also think about your match situation. So I think she understands that, and she learns it from her past mistakes on how impulsive and some of the moves that she made was rather too quickly, and that was fatal. But here, I'm pretty certain that she's going to land her decision on knight takes d3 in the end.
Yeah, I'm also expecting her to go knight takes bishop. And Irene, actually, I just want to see how critical this position is. So I'm going to look over and wow. Okay, knight takes d3 is the best move. Knight g6. That's a move we hadn't even looked at.
Move back to g6?
I don't think I knew. Yeah, exactly. The knight just came from there. There's also number 2 option, but why would you do that? No.
Yeah.
And e5, as we saw. No. Knight takes. Of course. And now, Irene, again, critical moment.
Critical moment.
Yeah. Bishop a6. Top move. Drive that rook back from d3. Don't let white double up on the d line. Otherwise, the problems become immense.
Yep. That is one of white's biggest dreams. That is to double up the rook on the d file and setting up very deadly threat to the black's back rank, and black cannot afford that from happening. So yeah, that's why bishop a6 should come not too difficult for Tan Zhongyi, I would say, because she already decided to capture this bishop, so that the next move should come rather natural, but I like how she changed her thinking style right now. Even for such a move, she's still taking some time to reevaluate everything.
But you know, Irene, I'm just observing Tan in the camera, and I see that her eyes keep darting over to H2. And that's something that she must not do. She must not capture that pawn right now. If she does, she's going to lose. Okay. She avoids that pitfall. Bishop A6.
Yeah, so we discovered that rook d2 is not a good move because another... Okay, I was not trying to make a pun there, but okay, there's a discovery for that one. Rook d1 is what we calculate as well, but also let's investigate the non-good looking moves like rook e3. How bad is this move? You can just simply capture, right?
Exactly. Take on h2, and then the king moves to h1, and then it just feels like you can go bishop e5.
E5, yes. Okay, so that's terrible. So all these moves after, let's go back, rook e3, rook c3, even looking very ugly there. Like
Funky.
So okay, rook d1, it's finally played already. And yeah, so we were discussing here whether Tan Zhongyi will take this pawn and move back to d6. Yeah, that's something that you have to do. So, but I must applaud Ju Wenjun in this game, especially when she's deciding to play queen f3. Okay, partly maybe she knows that she doesn't have a choice, so this decision comes a little easier, because when you're forced to do it anyway, you can say, okay, I don't have any other reason not to play it. But she could come to terms very, how to say, like, she doesn't take so much time to understand this is something that I do. I know I might be having a worse position, but and technically in other games it should be just losing, but let's have it. Let's play the position on the board. So
exactly. She has the confidence in herself, and that's something that we've got to admire. You know, we've seen her find her momentum, and she's been prepared to go queen f3. She's prepared to sacrifice the pawn, and she's banking it on positional compensation. And again, we have another moment on the board. We have had a series of moments, and here's another one. And yes, Tan could drop the rook back to b8. That would be a rather negative decision. It actually would indicate a lack of confidence in her calculation ability, actually, because then, you know, White would just have that very calm play of just the first up defending h2 and then just getting a knight into c5. And this bishop on a6 is not a great piece, and Ju will be in her element. So Tan really just has to bite the bullet and just capture on h2 and trust herself that the bishop can retreat to d6, and then she must be precise in finding the correct retreat square for this rook on b4.
That's true. Okay, now looking at the time situation too, it's even. It's both have 31 minutes on the clock and in a position where Tan Zhongyi is slightly better. So wow, so playing at your home city, I think it's giving her something, like some support probably from her family who is not traveling with her. And in one of the press conference also, that she said she didn't like the food in Shanghai. And food, by the way, Yovi, food is something that I was looking forward to whenever I traveled. And I would also be disappointed if somehow the food that I found during the tournament is not to my liking. It's playing quite a big role into my performance. So probably Tan is similar like me, because yeah, for me, food is very important. I have to enjoy my food in order to play better.
Yeah, and nutrient is very important, right? You need to have a balanced diet. I mean, it's taken very, very seriously. I remember Magnus Carlsen, when he approached a nutritionist, they said, hey, you know that orange juice that you like to drink? That's going to give you a spike. and then you're going to have an energy crash. Same with your raisins. And then he became very, very disciplined. And you got to really be comfortable with what you eat. You also support network, how you sleep as well. You know, it's so many finicky things that you got to have in mind to be basically an athlete. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about two people who have trained heavily. They have really prepared as much as they possibly can. You need to be in the best shape, because the mental toll of playing this match, and then it's not just this match, it's also you've got to answer to your team of seconds. You've got to understand that if you lose, you've disappointed everyone, and you've got to somehow carry the weight of expectations there. And it's really, really very, very difficult. Ju has been in the situation a lot more times than Tan, so she's used to the pressures. It's also quite good for her that she's had this kind of whole thing of, you know, playing the first half in Shanghai and then traveling elsewhere, whether it's been to Chongqing or to Vladivostok. She's been very accustomed to the travels and how changes of pace can affect her. But yeah, it's difficult, Irene. It's very, very difficult for both players. Let's not underestimate that at all. Yeah. And what we find ourselves is decision time, and all these little things, like you mentioned about all these external factors, they can impact what actually happens on the board. Like if you're feeling really tired, you've been feeling really nervous, you don't feel quite settled, you might not grab the pawn on h2.
That's true. Yes, because it requires a whole lot calculation just to make sure that the pawn is takeable. Because otherwise, if you are not up to calculating all those lines, rook bb8 looks pretty sound to me. Like you're not changing anything in the situation, you're protecting your back rank, and you're fine. But you have all these things. Of course, when they're changing cities, everything changed. But do you notice something about the chairs? Whether they change the chairs or do the chairs travel with them?
I think it traveled with them. And I think they got on a bus and off they went for 11 hours or whatever, however long it takes. Yeah, and I think the camera crew as well, they all just got on the transports and then made that epic journey to Chongqing. And I must admit, I do quite like the scenery of this one. There's a complete contrast in styles, right? Shanghai was very sleek. Chongqing is a lot more elaborate. We see patterns on the walls, Chinese screens, and I also saw the trophy was unveiled. Very beautiful crystal trophy with a peony right in the center.
Yeah.
And yeah, I have to ask, have you ever been inspired to win a tournament because you've fallen in love with the trophy?
Oh, that's usually the trophies were only being introduced towards the last few games of the tournament. So it's not something that I was aiming to get in the first, because, okay, almost these days you get by with medals usually. Trophies, not so much. Even in the World Championship, sometimes you get all these, how do you call it? The thing, the flowers around your neck, like in the match
the garland,
between...
Yeah, the laurels, yeah.
The laurels, yes.
Yeah.
Like Adan versus Carson, that match. And I remember also Kosteniuk, when she won the Women's World Championship, she was also got this laurel. Yeah, it was beautiful. So, but yeah, this trophy that they introduced a few days ago, it was really unique in its own right, because normally we see a mega trophy or something that is, very elegant, but this one is beautiful. I don't have any other word of describing it. It's just beautiful with peony inside. It's just, it's elegant, but also beautiful at the same time.
Also, my question though is, are you allowed to keep this trophy? Are you allowed to put it in your bedroom? Or does it have to go in a chess museum so that others can inspire you? And yes, Tan Zhongyi, as we mentioned, she takes up the gauntlet. She captures the pawn on h2 and she is willing to embrace the complications. Now she has to find a series of accurate moves to hold the balance. But yes, the bishop drops back to d6. And now the pressure is on Ju Wenjun. She has to find a way to generate enough play to prove compensation for that missing pawn.
That's true. So in this position, I think we only explored one move, that was bishop a3, which we thought it should be done because this bishop needs to be challenged. And I think that is the best move anyway. But let's also try to explore other moves so that we can gain our understanding on why we need to challenge the bishop on d6.
So other potential moves, we should always consider the forcing ones, would be queen to c3 with the threat of checkmate. Queen takes g7. I don't like on principle the move e5. So if we take that back, I just wanted to also run through the options. Okay, well, I say this and we don't need to because we have a move.
Queen c3, yeah. Queen c3 is on the board, yes.
Yes, I thought that queen c3 was a better alternative than white ever being tempted to push the e4 pawn one square forward, because then that would just block up this beautiful bishop on b2. So queen c3, well, danger for Tan. She's got to defend against the threat of queen takes g7.
So what if I just play bishop f8? Just putting my bishop out of the way and guarding the g7 pawn. Still a pawn up. I like having a pawn up.
Me too. So I'm with you there. I thought bishop f8 is safer because at least the rooks now look at each other. Every piece that black has is protected. And we do see Tan reaching. She hesitates. It looked like she was reaching for the bishop, but we are expecting her to retreat the bishop and make sure that every single one of her pieces are protected. She must answer the question about knight to c5 if she does retreat the bishop.
Knight to c5, okay. Yeah, maybe this is why she was pausing there. You cannot take the knight for sure. Maybe you have to retreat the bishop back. Oh, or I don't have to retreat. I move forward. What about that?
Yeah.
And then maybe, if necessary, I will just park my bishop somewhere around here. And then it should be a better bishop than it was on c8. Yeah, but I like your knight c5. It's something that you should do anyway. But also bishop e2 is challenging the rook. Will the rook stay on the d file, or will there be any sort of exchange first with the other rook and play rook e1, which I don't think is the case because you just allow the queen to go to d8 and h4.
Can we investigate that? Because the rook is hanging. So rook takes rook and queen takes rook. Now, this comes with its own can of worms because, as you mentioned, the white king is without its shield. So there's going to be queen h4 check.
And bishop
d1 and then bishop d6.
Yeah, bishop d6. The thing is, you cannot play e5 due to the awkward position of this queen. You can just simply grab it. But how do we stop queen h2 from happening? It's going to be very hard. If you play g3 here, you can just simply take it like this. And if you take this, it's just going to be made in 2, 1, and 2. So if you don't do anything about it, like f4, also it doesn't really change in the position so much. You just keep grabbing things along the way. This is pretty. Like, it's beautiful. Like, somehow with this accidental rook sacrifice, you get, your king harassed like that, and it's going to be eventually a checkmate. So yeah.
Well, some beautiful variations in the pipeline for Tan Zhongyi. Well, she is yet to make a decision, and we are going to go on our break, and when we return, we are going to dive into a lot more of these complex variations, so don't go anywhere.
What is Hikaru's all-time blitz rating on chess.com?
At some point, people were getting up to like 3,400, like Ali Reza. I'm gonna go like 3,409, because I think back in the day, everyone was like a bit higher rated, and Ali Reza and Hikaru were around the 3,400 range. I'm gonna go 3,409 just to shot in the dark.
It's 3,405, but really close. When was the first time Fabiano beat you in a classical game?
Okay, let's see. So there's 2011 Vaikonze. I did not lose that game. First time I lost to Fabiano classical game. Think so. It's not 9. Is it Reggio Emilia? That's an interesting question. This is probably wrong, but I'm gonna go with the 2014 Singfield Cup.
I actually think you're exactly correct on that one. Round 5.
Okay.
Which basketball team does Hikaru support?
I have no idea. Mavericks? Probably not. I don't know.
It's Chicago Bulls. How many candidates tournaments has Fabiano played?
Okay, so for Fabiano, it should be pretty easy. It should be 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. So it should be 5 candidates tournaments.
Hikaru published a book in 2009. What was the title?
It was something about bullet. It was like how to win bullet. I wouldn't remember the exact title. How to win at bullet chess.
Actually, pretty close. It's Bullet Chess 1 Minute to Mate. Has Fabiano ever represented a country besides the US? And if so, which one?
Yeah, so Fabiano represented Italy from about, like, I'm gonna guess, like somewhere around like 2001-ish to till I think 2014, could be wrong, but about 12 or 13 years he represented the country of Italy.
What was Hikaru's peak FIDE rating?
Okay, was it over 2820? I'm like, for some reason the numbers that's jumping out is 2819. It could also be somewhere in the low 2820s. For some reason 2819 is like speaking to me. I'll go with my gut, say 2819.
2816, close. What was Fabiano's peak FIDE rating?
Okay, so Fabiano's peak FIDE rating, okay, so I believe that it was higher than Kasparov, if I'm not mistaken. Kasparov was 2851, so I think it was 2850. It's either 2853 or 2849. I think is he higher than Gary or not? For some reason in my mind, 53 doesn't sound right. 49 does. 2849, but I wouldn't be shocked if it's the other way around.
We have 2844.
Oh, it's 44, okay. Oh, is that much lower than Gary? Okay. Okay.
And we are back in Chongqing, and things are brewing up very nicely in Game 7 of the FIDE Women's World Championship. Not only do we have a complicated position on the board, we are only 22 moves in, and the players, well, they have spent a lot of time getting there. So we can expect a very juicy time control, time trouble ahead of us. So Irene, as we see Ju Wenjun react, actually, to Tan Zhongyi's latest move, which is to go bishop to f8, which is what we predicted. The bishop retreated, defended against the checkmating idea, and all of Black's pieces are protected. And now the onus is on the Women's World Champion. How is she going to generate play for that sacrifice pawn?
That's true, and all the lines that we've seen before, it's something to do with checks or attack on the H file. So if I would try this position and understanding that there might be some potential attack to my king, my next move would be at least try to make my king sever, but I just don't know how. Probably, should I? See, I stumbled. I stumbled now because I just couldn't find a way to do it. I was thinking of a move like g3, but this just inviting bishop e2 from coming. So I don't like such a move. It's just creating more holes around the white's king. So I cannot make any rook lift. My intention was to play rook d3, rook h3, somehow protect my king in such a manner. But again, this bishop on a6 is a very strong bishop. You cannot do that as well. What else can we do here?
Well, the first thing that's concerning me as a pawn grabber is that the pawn on e4 is en prise.
Okay.
And it might not worry you, but it does worry me. And there's no good way to defend that pawn, actually.
I don't think so. Yeah, you're right. I don't think there's a good way to defending it. Let's say you defend it with another pawn like f3 like this. Ugh, I just feel so sorry with this king. This queen g3 might not happen now, but I don't think white can stop that idea. Let's say you just move back with your rook like this, and soon you're going to play queen g3, bishop d6 back, or, this obviously is not the best move in the position, but even so, you see how the bar is moving, it's still fine, and it's still better for black. So, yeah, what is the best way of defending this pawn? Do you have to move
Maybe
your
you
rook back
don't.
to e1?
No, maybe, well, that doesn't feel like you're initiating the big attack, are you? Okay, I understand that white's got some positional compensation on the form of a very strong potential knight on c5.
Yeah, but we saw this variation of the knight c5, bishop e2. Okay, what about we take this, but we don't take the rook, because we saw the position after we took the rook. Let's just put it again on the board. It's going to be an unavoidable checkmate after bishop d6. Black is currently down a rook, but the compensation is huge because queen h2 is the intention. It's a checkmate, and you cannot stop it. Doesn't matter what you do. You play here, just keep taking everything. If you take this, then it's going to be made with the other bishop. But we have a move, Yovi, and it is knight c5. Now is the decision time. And Tan played it too fast.
So quickly. There was beautiful line, bishop to e2, but it did involve sacrificing a rook. And perhaps she didn't even make it as far as the whole idea of queen h4 and bishop to d6. Sometimes the mind just puts some stoppers there, and you just look at, rook takes rook, queen takes rook, and you end the calculation there. But very quick rook to b6 there from Tan, which, to be fair to Tan, would be the natural move.
Yeah, I also agree. Yeah, but she spends so much time on other moves, and it's fine. And then they come out as good moves, and those are the moves, and those are the decisions that she needed to make in this position. But there is another critical moment in this game that's containing a sacrifice on the board. I was just very excited to see it happen. But as soon as knight c5 played by Ju Wenjun, she was back to her old self. She played rook b6 very, very quickly. And now white might have some time to recuperate with all the pieces, and especially this rook is also not moving yet. The knight is standing so well on c5. I have a suspicion, Yuvi, that the whole advantage that black has, it's very related to one tactic or one sacrifice to another. Because now after this move rook b6, okay, black still has some advantage, of course, but again, you're not attacking, you're just defending, and white will have at least a tempo right now to get something done. At least also now, the pawn on e4 is no longer hanging. Okay, but still, a pawn is a pawn, and white is still down one pawn.
Right. And we have to be concrete about it because it's that type of position. So the first thing is, what is black going to play if they were to move? And then your move comes into play of bishop to e2.
So now there's no sacrifice on b4 anymore, right?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's just play a move like this, just to get rid of all the checks on the h file. Just move the king.
That's a very clever move. I like that one. So king goes to g1, and then bishop to e2.
Bishop
Let's
e2.
continue.
Okay. Okay, I think I will take on d8, queen takes d8, and then rook e1.
And again, some calculation needs to be needed, but let's drop the bishop back to h5. I'm just trying to make it work right from your playbook.
Yeah, it will be a dream for white if somehow the rook can be on d1, but it's not happening anytime soon. What else? It's still a pawn up for black, so technically black is still doing all right here. Black just needs to somehow reshuffle the rook on b6 into somewhere else, probably putting it on d file, and yeah, black will be happier. All right. What to do in this position? I don't think white can do anything but wait. Or can I attack something?
Do you need to attack anything? The thing is, the knight on c5 is so good. Yeah, go on. I can see you had inspiration.
I suddenly have an inspiration. That's right, Yuvi. I don't like being a pawn down. I would like to get some material back. So what if I move this knight back to a4, attacking the rook, and if your rook moves somewhere else, I'll capture the pawn. But if you move it back to a6, then I'll just move it back to c5. Although this is not a good idea according to the bar.
Irene. Yeah, sorry, I got distracted. It's okay. I just saw a move had been played, but yeah, let's quickly just conclude this variation. Yeah, Queen E5 played. Wow, what a move there by Ju.
Okay, so there's no sacrifice actually. You just okay, that's actually very interesting. Because if you take this queen, bishop takes, the thing is this rook cannot be moved back to the back rank. And it is your back rank which is currently under attack right now. So that's a very clever move by Ju Wenjun, Queen E5.
Yeah. And it might not have been on her radar because at first you think, well, hang on a second, the rook can take on d1 if we just carry it on, and the knight is on prise on c5. But if we follow the line all the way to its conclusion, you see that after black captures on d1, white just captures, of course, bishop takes knight, and then we have our old friend, the back rank mate, in play, bishop takes knight, and then this is going to be followed by bishop to d6. So this isn't a winning advantage for white because black can play moves such as, would you go h5? I think you have to go h5 and then
you can win this one. Yeah?
h7. Yeah, you have to let. And then we have our old friend, the opposite color bishop with rooks. And white's bishop is just so much better than black's.
Or maybe in this position, black is forced to play rook b7 and offer white to play this opposite colored bishop, which I don't think you should accept. I think you should keep your rook on the board. So how do you stop it? Just rook f8 then? Or rook just come back to f3 or somewhere? Because you can always summon this bishop to e5 if necessary. Yeah, I think it's more comfortable for white now. Now that white doesn't have, now that the pawns are equal again, and it's opposite colored bishop, and this bishop I think is a better bishop than the other one. So yeah, white is okay in this position and even can push for a win.
Yep.
So let's see it again. Queen e5 is on the board, so we can rule this one out. No capturing the queen on e5. But alternatively, what should black do then?
Okay, so yeah, it is a possibility, but it's not a promising one. So let's have a look at alternatives. We have queen e7, which comes with a threat of rook takes rook, followed by queen h4. Or okay, well, hang on, we're having a move. Queen e7. Well, Tan played it before we could analyze it in any depth. So let's deep dive right now. So queen e7, rook takes rook in the air, queen h4, check.
I think you can still be happy too, Yovi. I think if your worry is about this knight, I don't think you should be worried, because let's say I just play king g1, and then if your whole intention is to capture the knight, we can do the same checkmating pattern like we did before, like this, and then bishop goes to a3. And we come up to the same position, and then you can, after winning this pawn, after winning this bishop, you can win something else too. I think it's also important that if you play g6, however, in this position, you take it with the bishop, and then you're creating another matting net around the king. And okay, bishop h6 is the threat here, and also bishop c5. So if you're saving your king, you're going to lose your rook, and vice versa. So it's very important to move the other pawn to h6 or to h5, but then you are going to see a better endgame for white in this position. So after queen e7, that is something that you shouldn't worry. Oh, the reason why I also like king g1 is the same reason why I don't like queen h4 from happening in the board. Maybe it's harmless at this point, but I just would like to get rid of all of this potential of checking potential.
Right, I agree. And one also has to consider what black will also play. So you also have queen h4, but you also have bishop e2 as an idea. You also have rook to b5. Of all of those moves, I feel like bishop to e2 is the most... is it? Because the more I look at it, the more I'm thinking that queen e5 is a very smart move, because it actually controls the bishop on e2. Like a bishop on e2 can't drop back to its natural square of h5.
I see. Okay, I'll just put it on the board. Like here, let's say bishop e2, then you can capture this, takes, and then rook e1, and the bishop cannot go to h5 because of this queen. And if you go g4, then it just looks a bit loose. Maybe what to do in this position?
Maybe you, instead of retreating the bishop, you have to suddenly dive in with queen to d2.
Instead of retreating, right?
Yeah, or instead you rely on tactics.
But there is this one, no? And then if you take this one, then knight d7, and then this loss and this loss.
Yeah. Danger, huh?
Although there is rook here, but okay, this is still winning. He just takes and takes this, just takes everything, and then still wins. Yeah. So queen e7. King g1 is not so bad after all.
A king g1 is a very nice safety move, right? You tuck your king out of harm's way. No queen h4 check in the air. And as we kind of established, actually, black doesn't actually have a really good move here, because if you go rook to b5, that was also another move that was on my radar. it's you could even go b4.
b4. Ah, interesting.
And the whole concept was rook takes pawn is going to be met by knight takes bishop on a6. So things are a little bit loose. Although I do see that, again, that's not something that the computer necessarily recommends. I'm not really understanding what's so wrong with b4, or whether it's just a case that there's something better for white.
There should be something better, but what is it? Okay, if take, and then what next? It's not that easy.
No, it doesn't look like an easy solution. Is it bishop to?
If bishop a3? No, I refuse to believe it's bishop f3. It cannot be.
Maybe it's just to maybe argue that there's no threat whatsoever. You can take the rook and then go rook c1.
Yeah. Or I think the difference could be, hang on, if you play b4, it's not a good move because I'm still very curious on this one. Like, why is it not a good move?
Yeah, the evaluation bar has us stumped. b4 seems to be like the most natural move.
And why is it not a good move again? Because what can black do in this position? Oh, but we have a move. It's rook ac1. Okay, it's a very natural move, rook ac1.
But it doesn't take care of the king. So why were we putting the king on g1? We were doing that just for safety's sake. So interesting. So let me just check, because now you got me curious. So queen e7, so king to g1, and I was looking at
rook b5.
And it's because of your rook takes b4, knight takes... Rook takes... Oh, it's deep. It's deep. It's deep. So it's rook takes rook, and then f6. And you're arguing that this queen is going to be overloaded, and queen c3 is met by rook to b6. That's deep.
That's really deep.
Okay. We can be forgiven for not finding that one. Wow.
Yeah, it's forgiven. Don't worry, it's forgiven. Yeah, it's so deep. Yeah, somehow the knight cannot go anywhere, and the queen cannot protect the knight because the bishop is hanging on b2. That was deep. Yes, but we have a move, and it is rook ac1. So rook ac1, overprotecting the knight on c5. But is it there? You can play rook takes rook and rook takes rook again. But yeah. What do you do in this one?
Well. We have still our familiar candidates. We have bishop e2 is one. Rook takes rook is another one. And rook b5. Any other forcing moves on our agenda? We have also queen h4 check.
I have one idea which I don't really like, but my idea is simple. I'd like to play f6 without any worries. So it's bishop c8, but it's an unnatural move for me. I don't like to move my bishop back to c8 like that. So I would reject that idea. So maybe your move, like bishop e2, is a better move now. But what now? After bishop e2, everything is protected, so we don't have to force the rook to capture this rook anyway, but this should be fine too. And what's next? There's queen here.
Well, queen d2 is coming for black. And also rook to b5 is going to be the next unraveling move.
Yeah. That's true. Wow, this is very complicated, and it's move 25 for Ju Wenjun, so she still has to make 15 more moves, and Tan Zhongyi still has to make 16 more moves, and they have pretty much around 1 minute a move, and it is almost time trouble.
Yeah, it really is. And this position is razor sharp. You make a mistake and either side could lose. It's that kind of a position. So, but your bishop to c8, I really liked, by the way. Because I've seen it done so many times, like by top players. They kind of grovel on the back rank. They go bishop c8, they go f6, and they get yeah, exactly. They go f6, e5, and they start making these kind of weird moves, and they just start unraveling. So so bishop c8, I don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah, probably you're just losing time on your advantage anyway. But there's nothing major or about it at all. It's just you keep up with some ideas, and
yeah. But you have a concrete threat, right, of rook takes d1 followed by f6, and then the knight on c5 is loose.
Yep. Let's just put it on the board. Like if you play this, for example, and then you take this, and then the threat is f6. Yeah, the knight is loose, but you cannot really take it right away, I guess, because eventually after all the trades on c5, there is rook d8 and then capturing this bishop. So maybe what you want to do is just to play e5. Like let's say I play queen here, and then you just play e5 and not stopping, but now at least the bishop is breathing some fresh air, or something that is more concrete, like
could you continue with your unraveling exercise and go a5?
a5?
Maybe.
And what is a5 for?
Okay, so a5 is basically to set up rook b5. So if you take on a5, then I'm going rook b5, and your knight is falling off.
Ah, okay, I see. But okay, I don't have to take this right now. So maybe I'm just using this opportunity to play e5 maybe?
Yeah.
Although it's not a good...
Then you can... I wonder whether you can go rook b5 or pawn takes pawn first. I'll just take the pawn first and
Take
then
the
rook
pawn
b5.
first. Okay, the thing is now I play this. And it's centralized.
Okay.
And we have a move. It is rook b5 UV.
Well, I've been pounding the table for that one for quite a long time, so I'm quite pleased to see it on the board. But rook b5, setting up elementary threat of rook takes d1, and then the knight on c5 is hanging.
So one easy way to solve this is just to capture the rook in the back rank, and then I think the difference is now you can play b4.
No, isn't it the same?
It's the same
stuff again. Yeah, well, okay. Thanks to the engine. I mean, it helped us, but isn't it rook takes?
Oh yeah, it's the same.
No. Yeah, the knight. Yeah, and then queen. You've got what else do you have? They were going. Queen d2 is a move.
Oh, maybe this queen h4 and then bishop d6 is not a move.
No, But it's close. It feels really... So what was it? F6? What was they playing?
Oh, then rook b5?
Yeah. Oh, is it going to be checkmating ideas?
Yeah, and then queen h4, and then rook h5, something like this. So the queen has to keep protecting the bishop, queen d4, queen c3, either way, and then you have this check, and then bringing this rook over, like this, and the king has to run. But then you just keep playing in this with so many pawns as a compensation, and then a weak king. I mean, still a piece down, but now the position is even more complicated, and black has to, actually white has to defend it very well not to lose on the spot.
Yeah, this is incredibly dangerous for white here with the king so exposed. Wow, so let's backtrack a little bit, because that line looks spicy and it could be forced. So here we were looking at b4 as being a natural move.
Oh,
but
take
we
first.
saw... Yeah, okay, you can take
first
first.
and then b4.
B4.
Yeah, turns out you can sacrifice this bishop and then, you know, just take the b4 pawn. But again, this is another deep line, and it's crunching time, UV. It's 11 minutes versus 14 minutes with so many moves to go.
Yeah, and also playing to Tan's style, do you think if we got to this position, she would find rook takes b4? With this concept of rook b5, queen h4 check.
I think so. I think she would find it. Yeah. Normally she would find something like this. She also likes attacking. And then even if she doesn't, it's already like almost autopilot before this game. Like, hey, I have to create as many chances as I can. Try to muddy the waters. Go for the king. And this is exactly the variation that's going to help her. So, but that is if white played b4. If white played something else, what can it be?
Okay. Well, you got to defend the knight. So...
I mean, for now, the knight is defendable. But there might be another source of attack, yeah, with queen e7 or queen b6 or something like that. So,
well, what I'm afraid of is that after... yeah, because of the whole point of queen takes pawn, because you're not threatening rook takes c5, because then just rook takes rook. Okay, so we can breathe a sigh of relief there. So say, for instance, black goes...
White first.
White play. So white goes
what
king.
If we play
Your
a3?
King g1.
Oh,
okay,
a3. A3 is such a bad move. And why is it a bad move? There is rook takes rook, by the way, after rook b5. And I think queen d8 should be coming very soon. Yes, queen d8.
Yeah.
So, okay, we have this position. So a3 was such a bad move. My idea was to play b4, and I don't have to sacrifice the pawn on b4. But I think it's a bit too slow. But here, Ju Wenjun played queen d4. Okay, so stepping away from the pin and trying to go to a simplified endgame.
But it does allow the black queen to mobilize herself to g5. Oh, h4 first.
Oh, h4, just give a check like that, yeah?
Yeah.
But okay, I'm just a bit curious on how bad it is for black to go to the endgame. Maybe black will just lose its advantage completely because of this knight, and you have to capture like this, and then it's a balanced position, even though white is still down a pawn, but it's opposite card bishop, and it should be defendable in this position. Okay, I just want to explore this option because now I'm pretty certain that after queen d4, black has to keep the queen on the board. So let's see where else can the queen go.
Okay, queen can...
g5, you were mentioning g5?
Well, g5 has the issue that the bishop is hanging on a6. There is that slight
But we go to
detail.
the same idea again, right? We go here and then rook here, or maybe there's something better than that.
Mm-hmm.
There's something better than that because I can see the bar is okay. Now the bar is balanced, but what could be better than queen h4? Oh, maybe the queen will act on the back like this, and then rook goes h5. The queen is protecting g7, so now the bishop can roam freely. So that's the difference. Okay, here, rook here, let's say, and after
And
king
now
goes
you've got
here, you got this
rook
one as
h1.
well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we figured this out. Yeah, at least, I mean, this position should be much better for black. All right, so it's just a matter of how to stack the queen and the rook in the precise way.
Beautiful geometry there. Hang on. So it's a queen to g5 with the idea of queen h6 check.
Mhm.
That's so wonderful, right?
Yeah, and this, yeah, and you have to give up the bishop eventually because I don't see a way of the king escaping without sacrificing anything on c1. So, yeah.
And Irene, how easy is this to see, do you think?
I have my doubt because she didn't see it at the beginning with bishop e2.
Mhm.
So maybe if ideas like this didn't cross Tan Zhongyi's mind, then maybe she would keep blinded by it. You know, she would not find this probably. But I don't know. It can happen too.
It's only easy if you see them. That's one of the things about tactics, and
Yeah.
that's why we train as much as we can so that we are just aware and open to these possibilities. But yeah, I mean, how many of us would just be looking at queen coming to h4, the rook coming to h5, and heading in that direction? But instead, queen drops back to h6. Difficult move to see, by the way. Rook to h5, and what else? Otherwise, black actually isn't doing too much. Either you're throwing in queen g5 or queen h4 check.
Mm-hmm.
But queen h4 is, as we saw, a step in the wrong direction.
Right. Okay, so we saw this idea if we accept the sacrifice on a6, and there would be this stacking of queen and rook attacking the king. But what can white do in this position if white just move back the knight? Because I don't... Wait, you would like to move up or down? I cannot...
Down.
Down? So here, yeah? So apparently this is bad. I think for the same reason, because you have this and then here, and now this is also pretty much hanging. Every single piece, okay, except this bishop is working. And yeah, black should be better. So I think you have to create some counter attack, if you may call it, with knight d7. Or it's also no, it's even worse, I guess, because now the king cannot escape. Yeah, the king cannot escape. Wow, so it's dangerous. Where do you go after queen g5 then? To save this b4?
Maybe b4, yeah.
It has to be b4, right? You cannot allow this rook from crossing the other side of the board.
And then maybe, I mean, bishop takes knight, you're going to play rook takes, and then bank on the opposite color bishops, saving the day.
Yep. Although, what is bad in this position?
I was thinking with the queen, by the way. Although...
No, I'm just trying to understand why it is so bad here for white.
Well, we have bishop f1. That's nuisance move.
Wow, Yovi. Very well spotted by you. Bishop f1. Yeah, you have to create some weakness around the king now. Man, this king looks very weak, but this queen is also very strong, protecting all these checkmating squares. Yeah, bishop f1 is such a nice move. Okay, so you were mentioning maybe with the queen, right? Like this. Yeah. Yeah. This is better. This is better. Queen.
Oh,
Wait, was it?
H4 check.
Oh, Queen H4. One square too far. One square too far by Tan Zhongyi. Queen G5 would have been really beautiful. But okay, Queen H4 is on the board. Only move in this position is to play King G1 and Bishop C8. This was my idea from before. I don't know whether. I think it's a safest square for the bishop, of course. You're also still trying maybe to get this idea alive with f6, e5. But other than that, maybe it's just to pass the turn to play bishop c8 because the bishop on a6 was under attack. But see, she didn't see this idea with stacking the queen on h6 and the rook on h5.
Yeah, like I said, it's only easy if you spot them. For some reason, sometimes the mind just kind of does these kind of alignments and you understand that that's exactly the way you need to do. But to sacrifice the bishop like that, to voluntarily play queen to g5, to even consider queen to g5 is going to be difficult because you are, after all, giving up a piece. But okay, bishop c8. Okay, Tan goes on the defensive and just holds the gate. No knight to d7 is incoming. So how is Ju going to continue? Perhaps she should be going a4.
Yeah.
a4, drive that rook away from the 5th rank. It's pretty active there. It's annoying as well.
Yeah, if a4 was played, and you see after bishop c8, the bar is slightly turned, leaning to white's position. So yeah, bishop c8 should be these two moves, queen h4 and bishop c8. I think they're inaccuracies back to back. But okay, it's not the end of the world yet. Black can still fight. But now this knight is not getting challenged. This is the thing. There is always, in their game, I notice, there's always something that's very strong. It's either it's a pawn, either it's a knight, that one thing for sure, you have to challenge it. And this is something that Tan Zhongyi failed doing in a few positions. And we have e5, another inaccuracy by Wenjun, but this doesn't really change the position too much. I think what Wenjun is trying to do is to trade the queens. Let's go to the endgame. It's a easy way to play as white, especially when she's just trying to just get a draw out of this position. So
the big question is it a draw? Right, if you trade off absolutely everything. So get the queens off the board. By the way, in principle, you've got to always be very careful about playing e5, blocking in the bishop like that. And now you go bishop takes knight. Let's just have a look. I'm not advocating for this. I just want to consider. So if Ju wants to draw, she can just go rook takes bishop, right?
Yeah. Yep. And I think you are forced to take it. Otherwise, if you move back, this one is lost. Yeah. So I think you have to go to this endgame and then play a6 and play f6, and then just move, not like that, move the king to f7 and then just to the center. Although, yeah, I agree, this bishop looks very, very bad. But you can make a window for this bishop via f6, bishop d7, bishop e8, bishop g6. Yep. So I think this should be drawn. But what I was concerning is after this, maybe it's better to just stick with this bishop because this bishop is a better bishop. And then, but maybe really not, like rook over here, something like this, and then just bishop d7. Just okay. It should be defendable, and especially black has an extra pawn as a compensation. So
right.
I think this move is already signaling us something, that Ju Wenjun just would like to trade everything, and because of the given match situation is in her favor.
Yeah, she does nurture a 2-point lead. So yeah, it's completely understandable that she feels that she's on the back foot. She can shut the game down. She's, after all, pawn down. So let's look at whether Tan is obliged to capture that queen.
Okay, whether she's obliged or not, I'm not sure yet, but let's move this queen somewhere that is not capturing the queen. Let's move it to g5. Now the difference is, okay, obviously there is no more idea with rook h5, but also this diagonal is closed, so you're not, you know, you're not going to be checkmated on g7. So next move, it can be this, if black wants to. But yeah, this bishop is becoming very passive now. It doesn't have a square to go. So
that is true. I mean, should you be putting your queen on g5, or should you be going all the way back to e7? The reason I ask is just because the knight is such a nuisance piece. So you're ready to meet b4 with a5 and hold. Okay, well, we're seeing a trade of queens. It's all a bit of a moot whether she did or not. And, well, now the question is, are we going to see the bishop exchange itself for the knight? We will be in an opposite color. Bishop, maybe with rooks, maybe with not. No, a5.
Okay, so it's 10 more moves for both players to reach the time control. a5. It looks, I think for Ju Wenjun, during the game now that she is totally preferred this position compared to when there were still more pieces on the board, and now she can try to defend this a little bit easier. So a5 is played because what's the idea here?
Well, she just wants to prevent white from establishing a very strong knight with a3, b4, and there we see f4 played, and Ju's idea is very clear. She just wants to lock that bishop on c8 out of the game. We often see this pattern, incidentally, with a knight being on c8 and an opposing bishop being on c5. It's so rare that we have it the other way around, with a bishop being completely dominated.
That's true. And also, by playing this move, not only that you're trying to lock this bishop on c8, but the basic principle in the endgame, you would like to bring your king to the center or pretty much where your pieces are, just to help around and make it as an extra piece. Whereas for this king, it would be a bit too hard to do the same thing, but h5 is on the board right now. Yeah, I think in this moment, black has to play all this sort of move, trying to gain some space in the king side, because you're pretty much stuck on the queen side. Yeah, I think the side that you can try to break open is just the king side.
And all that's left for Ju Wenjun is just to introduce the king into the game, because she does have this idea of centralizing, and the knight can drop back to e4. I mean, it's just such a powerful piece, with the idea of unleashing the rook against the c6 pawn.
That's true. So now you have to be careful in moving all of these pawns, by the way, since you mentioned about knight e4. Like, for example, if you play g6 and then this might be the time to play knight e4. It was not a possibility before because rook d5 would come nicely, but now with this inclusion of g6, you can have knight f6. So yeah, I'm still waiting to see what is Tan's plan after she played h5. Could it be king h7, king g6, something like this? Or, okay, she just moved it, bishop e7. So maybe this pawn is just something to deter g2, g4 from happening. Eventually, this king will come via f8 and e8 to the center. Maybe. We'll see. It's going to happen in the next few moves.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the things I wanted to point out about the consequence of playing a5 is that now, if we ever see from black bishop takes knight, it is actually possible to take with the rook. And it's not guaranteed that this position is a draw, because the pawn on a5 is fixed on a dark square.
Yep, you are totally right, Yovi. That is a very important point to note in this position. So we can rule it out as well that black's bishop on e7 shouldn't trade itself with the knight. And and black should just keep the position as it is, and then try to improve little by little, probably the king and probably some pawn move like g5. I think one of the ideas of playing bishop e7 is to try to break it with g5.
Mm-hmm. I also agree. You know, you have to activate your bishops, and the only way you can do that is by opening up the position. So I'm expecting a well-timed f6, a well-timed g5. You don't need to rush with it. You can still, you know, make some preparatory moves. Maybe you can go rook to b4. Just ask the question about this bishop. What's it going to go? And then step back, rook to b5 once it's attacked.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was quite a big miss to play queen h4. Yeah. This idea was presented at the board, I think, twice. With first, if you remember, bishop e2, sacrificing the rook on b4, and she didn't see that. And also the second time, another sacrifice. Yeah.
We're talking about move 27, and queen h4 check was instead played. And now Ju, she's playing like Anatoly Karpov. The king comes in, and now a very quick g5 coming from Tan Zhongyi. Now, obviously, Ju cannot rush with capturing that pawn on g5 because the king and the rook are standing on the same diagonal. So that would be met by bishop takes g5 check. So instead, Ju has a decision to make. Does she stand up with the pawn to g3, upon which Tan will presumably try to dismantle that pawn chain even further with a well-timed h4? Or does she have anything else up her sleeve?
I was also thinking about your idea to move the knight to e4, because I think it forces black to capture, and now the c6 pawn is under attack. And how are you going to defend it?
Probably. Yeah,
and she
does it.
Yep, knight e4 is on the board, and g takes f4, king takes f4. They are inching towards the time control. Now currently on move 35.
Yep. And, well, decision time for Tan. Her pawn on c6. The one material advantage she has in the position is on fire. Does she let it go? Does she step up with her rook? Does she simply hold tight with moves such as bishop to d7?
Yeah, it's a big question now. There is also rook b4. Okay, rook b4, rook takes c6. Maybe not the best move for black then. Bishop d7, bishop b7. Okay, what are other candidate moves? Rook d5 also stumbled into the same thing, rook c6. I think, okay, I hate to say it, but I think it's limited only to options then, bishop b7 or bishop d7. I couldn't find a good counter-attack in this position.
Yeah, there isn't a good counter, as you mentioned. Rook c6 comes with an attack against the bishop, so I agree. Now, of the two, which direction do you head? Somehow or other, I was kind of inching the other way with bishop d7, with the idea of going bishop to e8 at the right time, coming up with the king to g6. But Ju, her pieces are so well mobilized. And also the question is knight to f6 check going to be a threat? Knight to d6 is also... And she goes for your direction, bishop to b7. Now, the players are not allowed to offer draw until they've passed move 40. Bishop b7. Wow, okay. As you can see, given a question mark, yeah.
I think it's because you should allow the opposite color bishop again, but you will have a pass pawn. So I was thinking of knight d6 in this position. Because if you take, I just like the the prospect of having a past one. Maybe now the bar shows us that this might not be the good idea. Maybe, I don't know, rook d5 here. But it looks like, for human perspective, it's just looking nice. You have bishop c5, you have a better bishop. Or maybe this is not the right one. Let's just
Look at
stick to the
this.
game.
Bishop c5, and Ju is playing fantastic chess. Look at the way she tries to control the dark squares. And the bishop on b7, suddenly it is on the wrong square. Wow.
It's definitely on the wrong square, yes. And you really cannot afford of taking this bishop, because however you take it, it doesn't matter. You take it with the rook, it's also very good. You take it with the knight, also nicely done. Which way are you going to take the bishop in this position, Yovi?
It's tempted to take it with the rook, actually. Because there you have complete control over the position, but the engine says, actually, you know what? Yeah, this was the position that I was visualizing, that the bishop will be forced to plant itself on such a poor square, and the white king is coming in.
But can you save the bishop?
Mm-hmm.
Can you save the bishop? Because, and if you would like to, no, you cannot save the bishop.
Knight d6 is coming.
Knight d6 is coming. Yeah, you cannot do anything. You have to. Wow, Ju Wenjun is playing for a win. If she wins this one, Yovi, it's getting just too hard.
3 points. 3 point deficit.
Lead. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big one to make up for Tan Zhongyi. But for Ju Wenjun, wow, it just goes to show, once she gets her position, she is in her element. Look at that classy move, bishop c5, and she saw it so quickly. And Tan Zhongyi, you can see the frown there on her face. She suddenly understands that actually, far from being Tan, the one who's trying to grind out a win, despite being an extra pawn down, she's the one that is going to be suffering. And there you see the bishops come off the board. And Ju has 2 great captures. She can capture with the knight, the rook. Both of them are absolutely fine. She captures with the knight.
Yeah, I think it's very understandable as well. I think she's going for the kill, not only for taking the pawns or material, but you can imagine all of this matting net with the king coming forward, maybe to e7. The rook will go to the back rank. This rook will be very, very overloaded with things. I mean, it would like to somehow giving some attack or check to the king, but at the same time, I think it's stuck defending the bishop all the time. Yeah, this is a very, very interesting example on how to have a good placement with your pieces, even though you are down a pawn. But as long as you have a very good activity, you have good location for each pieces, you are dominating the game. And Ju Wenjun is showing it off.
She certainly is, like you say, complete domination on the board. And I like the fact that the white king can even do a detour, right? And go for the pawn on h5. Just munch on that one and then still establish itself as a superior being by planting itself on. That's where we see king to g6. King g7, sorry.
Wow, I just have one very interesting idea here. If white has all the time in the world to build things up, I would go here, Yovi. Okay, let's pretend that that black doesn't move anywhere. Like, let's pretend like this. This is my idea. And then push this one, takes, bring the king over here to protect this, and then get the rook to d4 so that it can go to the back rank, because there's nothing that you can do with the bishop. And having this plan also meaning that you making this rook stuck. But again, now the bar shows us that this is not a good idea. Still thinking why? Probably for some concrete reason. But if white can achieve this, then it's just a total domination. But let's explore this position. Like after king g7, it shows that it is an inaccuracy. What white could be doing in this position?
Okay, so the first question is, what happens if king g5?
And she
and
did.
She's reaching for the... And in it comes bishop a8. Oh, what a miserable square for that piece. And once again, not the most precise move, not the best defense. Things are just going downhill, and they turned so quickly. It was as soon as Ju got into her endgame. That was it. Tan just kept on making these small errors. And there you can just take a look at the graph for white, how everything is even, very even, a few spikes here and there, and then suddenly it just shoots up. And there you can see it is completely winning for white.
Yes. Yeah. You can grab the pawn. You can play... what else can you play here? Even a waiting move with the rook. So the intention of playing bishop a8 is to free up the rook, probably going...
Can she just go a4 and then swap? If she swaps off rook, the bishop on a8 cannot move.
That's true. Yep. So after king g5, bishop a8, there's king takes h5, and then rook b8. Yeah. Once I had a game like this against a very strong grandmaster. He was 2600, and I exactly had the same pattern. He had a bishop on a8 and pawn on c6. I had a knight on c5. The material was equal, but thanks to the superior knight, I can just move my king forward and then get that a8 bishop in the end. So yeah, now the task is much easier. You can win in almost any style that you want. You can try to exchange the rook. You can also try to get to the back rank over here. Everything is under control. Or you can even try to create some mating net, putting the knight on f6, for example, and get this rook out to h1, because you have this idea, so that the rook has to be on the back rank. So many ideas, Yovi, in finishing this position.
Yeah, I love your idea of going rook to d1. Just take control of the open line. And you're also threatening, if the rook ever goes on some funny business, right? You're threatening rook to d8. This bishop on a8, such a silly piece. It's completely caged in.
Yep. But I think the reason why Ju Wenjun is pausing at the moment, first, it's because she just needs one move left to complete the time control, or to reach the next time control. Second is, if you play rook d1, you have to come up with a move. What after rook b5? Because I think you have to move back to c1 again. Or if you move something like this, you just have to calculate after rook d5. I mean, everything is in your calculation. So I think she's currently thinking, what is the cleanest way to win? Maybe it's something with rook c3, rook g3 too, right? I mean, allowing rook d8 to happen too, because it doesn't really matter. Once the rook is going to d8, then you can get your knight into moving. But yeah, I think she's just using her last 4 minutes very wisely, because it doesn't matter if she moves it now or 4 minutes later, she would still get the 30 minutes extra on the clock.
Definitely. Yeah, I agree. She can repeat moves here just to get to the time control, and then take a big decision as to whether she wants to lift the rook up to c3, step away with the king, and it's complete control over the position. And Ju looking at getting her third victory, and for Tan, this would be her third loss in a row.
Yeah, that's absolutely terrifying to have such a match situation. I was thinking things outside the board, like how she will handle her emotion, whether she'll be able to sleep, because everything is going to go down in the last 2 rounds after this, and rook c4 is on the board. So I think it's a more accurate play, rook c4 instead of rook c3, because one, you reserve this idea rook g4, but second is also at any given moment you can play rook a4 attacking a5. This is also an additional idea. So I like this move, rook c4. And I don't think there's any curse on the 40th move because the position itself is very clean, very clear for Ju Wenjun, and she is in total domination.
Yeah, the rook at a4 is the final nail in the coffin, right, Irene? Rook a4, take the pawn on a5, the bishop on a8 cannot move thanks to its buddy there on c6. I mean, if Tan could magically just get rid of that pawn, I think she would give anything to have it gone. Then we can talk about black defending. But as it stands, white just controls everything. Beautiful play there from Ju. As soon as you gave her an endgame, she stepped up, rose to the challenge, and despite being a pawn down and having positional compensation, she suddenly made it into a masterclass, right? She just improved her pieces. She let Tan make those weaknesses, and she stepped in like a vulture, and she kind of took advantage of her opponent. I mean, such precise, accurate play. And Tan, well, she is looking down at her third defeat.
Yeah, it's painful too because she had all the chances in the middle game that she needed to, to get closing in to the match score, but she failed doing so. It's just I still remember that rook b6 move being played very quickly. Okay, we have rook h8, and therefore both players have officially crossed to the time control and gained 30 minutes on their clock. So for all the viewers, don't be nervous about their time right now. It might run down to 000, but they already have 30 minutes on their pocket.
They do, and as soon as the white king steps back, look how precise Ju is. She will get that 30-minute time bonus, and she steps up, confidently assesses the position, and she is going to be very happy with this outcome of events. Tan, well, unfortunately, it's just not gone her way.
Yep, but hopefully not all the tricks have been played out by Tan. I'm not talking about this game because I will just have to exclude this game because I think it's almost GG. But the remainder of the match, they still have to play well. If things go well for Tan, 5 more games. But if things go well for Ju Wenjun after this, just 2 more games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she will move to 5 points. And like you mentioned there, Irene, it will be 1.5 points away from her 5th world title. So Ju Wenjun so close. King g4, and there we see all the emotions that Tan is facing. It was such a close game, full of twists, turns. We saw amazing variations, right? Earlier on, the game could have just exploded into life. It could have been filled with sacrifices. And it looked like Tan was all set and dusted for at least securing a draw. And then just a turnaround in the space of a few moves. It just feels like a small series of unfortunate events. One bad decision led to another and then complete collapse.
Yeah, you're totally right, Yovi. Oh, but I'm still hoping to see some tiebreak game. I know you might say that, oh, that's not going to happen. But still, it's a match. Anything can still happen. And I'm still hoping for the best for both players. And as a chess fan and as a chess commentator, yeah, nothing will give me more happiness than commentating a tiebreak match in the World Championship because it will be so exciting. I'm not losing that hope yet, Yovi, even though it looks like after this game it will be a 3-point lead for Ju Wenjun, but the match is still going on. We still have to be optimistic and be positive for Tan in this match.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not over until it's over, right? But okay, she will have to dig deep and show us all what she's made of. We have seen comebacks before. I'm thinking about incredible comebacks. Have you ever witnessed one?
Incredible comebacks. Maybe incredible streak. Just recently in the European women's individual, the winner of the event from Serbia, Teodora Injac, she lost in the first round against a talented Georgian girl. I think Kirtaze, her name is. I think she's only like 16 or around that age. And she lost to her on the first round. But in the next 9 rounds, she won every single game. So it made her leading the field by a few points. So it was 9 out of 10. And then in the last round, she actually didn't need to play the last round. She would still be the first champion. But of course, she played and she made a draw. And yeah, I think from the recent event, that was a very good comeback because it's very hard to bounce back to play your good chess. Especially on the first round, you already lost and you lost against about 300 or more points below your rating. And you feel like, oh, maybe I'm not in a good performance on this event, but she proved it differently. So yeah, that was I think in my opinion, that was a very good comeback.
Yeah. And we can also remember back in the day, the very first Kasparov-Karpov match. We know when it was the first to, I think, 6 points, and Karpov raced to this, not first to 6 points, first to 6 victories. And Karpov raced to a very convincing margin. And I remember Kasparov kept on playing with his back against the wall. And that's exactly what Tan Zhongyi will have to do as she mobilizes the rook to h2 and just, tries in desperation to save this game. And whilst it sets in for Tan, let's take a very quick break. And when we come back, we are going to see whether there's any chance for Tan to save this position. So don't go anywhere. And there we return to Ju Wenjun as she is in contemplation as to what to do. Should she defend that pawn on g2 or should she just move in for the kill with moves like rook a4, with rook takes a5, and the idea of just simply picking up that caged bishop on a8. Either way, she is spoiled for choice. It's a very good situation for her to be in, as she just calmly works out what is going to be the quickest way for her to pick up a win and therefore a 3-point lead in the World Championship match. Irene, we were discussing this, how to be the most accurate here during the break. We couldn't tear our eyes away from this board. What were we looking at? I mean, what were you kind of favoring?
Yeah, so I was looking at this rook. It will always try to pose some threat for this pawn and this pawn just to get some compensation because in this position, white is definitely planning to play rook a4, rook a5, and you can say goodbye to the bishop. So something like that is very hard to stop, but along the way, black can try to attack this, and attack the knight so that it's not happening. So for example, in this position, king g3, and I'll go rook h5, attacking this this pawn. So if you go rook a4, for example, I'll just take it, and rook takes. It's still a winning position, but at least for now, actually, it's not that hard, Yovi. b4 is coming, and then the bishop is lost. I just realized it right now that you don't have to be stubborn of, on this pawn. You can simply give it away, and after b4 the bishop is lost, and then you can roll over your pawn to the promotional square. Well, I was just trying to be positive for black's position here, but the reality hits me hard.
Yeah, that's the thing. They always say never say never, because of course things are uncertain, but also if Ju wants to move in for the kill right now with rook a4, she can very much do that.
Yeah.
Rook takes g2. The king can slide. I mean, f4, f3 doesn't really matter. Next move is going to be as you've indicated. Okay, here you can maybe
even this.
This is probably like the worst case scenario for Ju, right? She gives up 2 of her pawns, and look at how black's bishop on a8 can only move to b7, and would you believe it? Knight takes bishop, and the rook is defended on a5. So,
Yeah. So Ju Wenjun has been spending, please remind me again, how many minutes? Almost 6 minutes after rook h2. Yeah, I believe she's calculating the forcing line on how to get that a8 bishop as soon as she can without really thinking about or without really caring about all of these pawns on g2, e5, because once you get to this pawn, you can get it for free without any more compensation. But if we are being stingy, Yovi, can we be stingy? Can we try to get the pawn on a5 and the bishop on a8 without giving any of our pawns?
Well, let's try king to g3 would be one, or king to f3, yeah. And now king f4. I'm not going to give a single one away. That one I might have to.
Or maybe this one, yeah? Check over here, and then rook back down here.
And then you go rook a4.
Yeah, then you go rook a4, takes here, and then, this is too much. Yeah. Every line, I was about to get this saying, every way leads to Rome, but here every line leads to bishop a8.
Yeah. And we just seen the best case scenario for black is if she manages to pick up the g2 pawn and the e5 pawn. Okay, the bishop on a8, it's dead wood. It's going to fall off.
That's so hard.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very hard. And it's a series of errors, I think, from Tan in the middle game. Maybe whilst Ju is contemplating what to do, maybe we can kind of take a rewind because the first inaccuracy came on move 27, and that was this fantastic middle game, which was ripe, full of possibilities. So the queen comes to h4 check, and here, instead of queen h4, it was possible to go queen to g5 check. And the whole amazing concept was after knight takes bishop, then things would just completely go black's way with queen h6, king to g1, and then rook h5. And white can't defend against the threat of checkmate. And when rook h1 comes, it will attack the rook on c1. So that was the first point, that was difficult to find, but it was just a glorious opportunity. And then afterwards, there was another, I think the next mistake was probably back on move 35, actually. And this was a kind of small catalogue of errors that happened. So Tan, she's rushed with pushing the kingside pawns. There's that. She got in g5 pretty quickly. And then here she played bishop to b7. She wanted to defend c6. And ironically enough, this immediately hands white the advantage because of Ju's next move. She just simply takes control over the dark squares with this incredible bishop c5.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, I think it's very hard for Tan Zhongyi to make peace with the fact that she was no longer leading the game in this position. And yeah, it's also very hard to, it's kind of a dilemma. At some point, probably you would like to sacrifice this pawn so that your bishop can get some activity. But on the other hand, you doubt yourself. How strong is the attack? And also, I think we also remember that on move 35 before bishop b7 was played, both of them kind of having less than 5 minutes on the clock, so they have to be very decisive in their decision and then just make a decision. And bishop b7 was not the best move. I checked this one. You have to actually give that pawn up and played king g7 instead. It's a very hard decision to make, because if you take this pawn on c6, now at least with bishop b7, you have something for your bishop, and this is definitely what you'd like to get. Of course, when you see the resulting position that the bishop on a8 was stuck and the pawn on c6 was the culprit of it, now you come to the understanding, of course, this is a better solution. You have to give that pawn up, but as a compensation, you get your bishop on b7 active. And there might be some chance for you to even out the position, even though now, no, actually, you have to give that pawn up because material-wise, now it's even out. And we have a move from Ju Wenjun. After rook g3, I think the next few moves, Yovi, it will come very fast. Rook h5 is on the board.
They are coming very fast. Rook h5. And now a very quick move. Rook to g4 check. And Ju is actually playing in the stingy way that you and I were thinking, how can white do this? Look at this with complete control. The king has to move to f8, otherwise the rooks get traded off.
Oh, wow. Yeah, let's just put it on the board. It doesn't matter where the king goes, and actually, especially if the king goes to h7 like this, it might be a tempo for the knight to go to d7 and f6, maybe, But let's not be too fancy. Let's just stick to one plan. Whenever the king goes to h file, we can force this trade, and this is already a very winning endgame because you are not losing any material. You are more superior with this knight, and you just have to keep coming in with the king. Eventually, black will not have any tempo for the king and start giving up the pawns. That's one thing. And the other thing is, after this check, you mentioned the king has to go to f8. And maybe in this position, we can start thinking to create some mating net.
She's gone rook a4. There's no mating net, no need for that. She's just simply gone to win material because you can't take on e5.
Yes, let's show it. If you take on e5, there is a fork over here. Very classy way to finish this game. Wow, this rook g4 didn't cross my mind at all, but now I like it so much because you're not stingy. You're just keeping everything on the board because you're not forced to sacrificing any single pawn in this position. You just go 100% to win position and the material as well. King f8, rook a4, king e7, and now you still go for this line. This is fine, totally fine, because after you have this, again, we have b4 coming very handy, and then next move, you just simply take this bishop. But can we still be stingy, or can we somehow get this pawn? No, I think you have to take on a5, yeah?
Well, you don't have to. You can actually step up with your king, but rook takes a5, simple, and that's enough. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Rook takes e5, going to be met with b4, and the bishop. It's caged in on a8, unsalvageable.
Wow, it's a very tough game for Tan Zhongyi. Yeah, the chances were looking good in the beginning for her. I think she created some problem in Ju Wenjun's position, and the evaluation says it so. But she couldn't get it done, and instead she just played inaccuracies in critical moments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was those critical moments that were extremely important. It looked like a big fight. And this has actually been the trend in a lot of the games. Big fight in the middle game, and then Ju will just outsmart her opponent with some excellent strategy.
Mm-hmm.
And she's a pawn down with positional compensation, and she manages just to turn the position around in the space of a few moves with some incredible maneuvers, grabbing the dark squares. It's just, again, another model endgame from Ju.
Yep, you're totally right, Yovi. Yeah, she managed to find all the right moves when everything is given to her plate. And this is something that Tan Zhongyi failed to do so. So whenever there is a chance to strike back, Wenjun wasn't hesitant to do it. And rook e5 is on the board. I think we'll see a move before very, very soon.
Yeah, before cementing the knight on c5. And then it will be goodbye to the bishop. Ju, again, just good practical technique there. She doesn't rush. She simply takes her time, calculates what is the most accurate move, and then she will, there you go, throws in a check.
Oh, she's actually setting up some stalemate. Oh, not stalemate, a mate actually. Because if the king goes here and after b4, there is this idea with rook d7. And if the king goes here, you have this fork on d7. And if the king goes elsewhere on the back rank, you capture this bishop with a check. So maybe, Yovi, I think after this rook a7, there will be a resignation.
Yeah. Again, just the look on the challenger's face says it all. She knows that the game is over, that she is staring down another defeat, her third in a row. She's just coming to terms with the huge turnaround that just occurred in the space of a few moves. Only chance for black to keep the game alive, but it's just prolonging the inevitable. Is king to d6.
Yep. Well, she might try something like, okay, we already saw that if the king moves back down, it's going to be just capturing the bishop with a check. But if your king moves up, And then you have this idea with rook d7, and let's say you're trying to save the bishop by playing rook g5 and then rook g8, but the king steps forward to f4, and if you try to defend this bishop, then it's a checkmate on d7 because now the e5 square is undermined. And if you give another check, then it means you lose the control over the back rank. You can pretty much go king over here, and if it's another check, probably just over here again, and then, you know, marry the round with the king. And now still the bishop is still actually you're going to win a rook up. I just realized that it's not only a bishop. Might be, I mean, if you are going to sacrifice your rook, something like that. But I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Whether she will try to play king d6 first and then play b4 and then resign, or resign over now.
Okay, she's moved her king to d6. And a very quick move there. b4, anchoring the knight to c5. Now there's a threat of rook takes bishop and rook to d7. Checkmate. And for Tan Zhongyi, it is just a question of, should she play on, prolong the inevitable, just come to terms with the result? It's not really all about the game right now. It's just a way for Tan just to compose herself, accept that it's over, and of course, just get to the press conference and be ready for game 8. Tomorrow she'll have the white pieces. She's in her home city. She can turn things around.
Yeah. And there should be a very beautiful finish by Ju Wenjun. Right now, there we see a sigh from Tan Zhongyi. Yeah, I think she has come to terms that maybe I have to call it a night now and come back strong for tomorrow. Yeah, but it's heartbreaking because the game itself was very promising for Black. But yes, there you go.
There we see Ju Wenjun with some excellent endgame technique. She extends her lead. She now leads 5 points to 2. And what a game it was. It had the thriller part, you know, in the middle, where there were sacrifices, Ju Wenjun just giving up a pawn for positional compensation, and then the endgame where, you know what, Ju just cranked it up a notch. She just displayed to us why she is Women's World Champion. She again showed us her legendary endgame technique. It's most impressive.
Indeed, it was very impressive. And one thing for sure right now is, yeah, to get Tan Zhongyi back to her feet, because it can be very heartbroken for her, for her team. But the match is not over until it's over. So with the remaining games, hopefully she can come back strong. Very, very strong indeed. Because 3-point lead is a lot. But yeah, anything can still happen. I hope she can still maintain her mental well-being, because this is very stressful. Chess itself is already very hard. And if you have more psychological burden after losing 2 games in a row, it's even more difficult. So yeah, hopefully she can bounce back on the board and off the board.
Yeah, that is going to be the big task for Tan Zhongyi. She has to find a way to change things up, to somehow just change the momentum, just stop getting into those positions where Ju Wenjun is simply excels at. But for Ju Wenjun, she just keeps getting better and better, and she handles everything that Tan throws at her. It's a middle game, very complicated, full of sacrifices, and she navigates it through with perfection. And in the end game, she's just simply resplendent. And whilst we are waiting for the press conference, we are going to go straight on a break. And when we return, we're going to hear more thoughts from the players.
think we are ready to start. Welcome everyone to the post-game press conference of Game 7. I want to welcome Yilin, our translator for this part.
欢迎大家来到新闻发布会。
So quite a dramatic game. We won't be getting into the chess much, but from both players, I want to know your opinion of the game. Tan, for most of it, you looked better until a critical error where Ju took advantage. So let's start with Tan's impressions, please.
今天这场局非常的精彩，然后想请问一下两位的感觉。 可以请谭中怡先开始吗？
我觉得前面我有一些就是保持压力的下法，但是我可能在临近实现压力的时候，就出现了一些混乱，犯了比较巨大的错误吧。就是等过了实现之后，好像已经没有办法挽回了。
So I think there were some moments that I could have kept pressure, but under time trouble I made some mistakes. So after the time control passed, it was too late to save the game.
And you?
君可以讲。
今天这盘棋还是比较激烈的。 那么我觉得可能就是在30多步的时候，可能黑方没有走到一个比较精确的招法吧，给了我后面一些机会。
So this game was quite intense, and around move 30, Black played some inaccuracy and gave me some chances.
And for Tan, about the time trouble, this is really one of the first times we have seen you get into this position where you were the one fighting to get to move 40. What do you think about your time management in this game? Where did you spend too much time that put you in this position?
这个问题是想问谭中怡的，就是这是我们第一次在这个比赛中看您遇到了这个时间的问题，就是您觉得在哪里？ 可能花了时间太多了。
我有一些可能平稳发展的变化，但是，因为可能比分落后的原因，我没有办法去那么走，所以说我花了一些时间，然后确实可能在时间紧张的压力上，我处理的不好，可能也跟我很少处理时间压力这个问题有关，但是。 都已经这样了，很遗憾。
So, because there was some common variations that I could have chosen, but because I'm 2 points behind in this match, so I wanted to choose more aggressive lines, and that's perhaps when I spent a lot of time, and it is unfortunate because maybe it. When that I don't face a lot of time trouble, that I made mistakes.
And Ju, even though you won the game, you don't look too happy right now. What is going through your mind?
这个问题想提问句文君，就是虽然你赢了，但是可能看起来不是特别的满意。
因为就这盘棋，我觉得，说呢，就是黑方其实一直都会获得一些。 主动或者有一些优势，我只能说很幸运的是在实现之前，对手走了一些不好的招法，让我获得了机会。但是就这盘棋整的来说，还是我觉得双方发挥的都有一些问题。
So this in this game throughout, I think Black always had some advantage. And luckily, before the time control, Black made some mistakes. So I think maybe both sides there were some inaccuracy.
Thank you very much. I'll keep my part short for today and open up questions to journalists.
请问台下的媒体有问题吗？
Hi, yeah, I've just got one question actually for Ju Wenjun, which is whether she was aware of a game that was played in 2020 between Jeffrey Jiang and Wesley So, where the opening was actually very much similar until move 9, when Tan actually improved on the move that Jeffrey made in that position.
这个问题是想问具文君，请问具文君有看过之前 Wesley So 和 Jeffrey 熊下过的一个棋，走的和这个开局有点相似，直到第9步为止。
没有看过这盘棋，可能我比赛结束我会去看一下。
No, I haven't looked at this game, but maybe after the match I will take a look at this game.
And for Tan, was this game part of your preparation that you improved on for this game?
请问谭中医看过这个棋作为准备吗？
就是我也不知道他下过，可能就 check 吧，但是第9步还太早了。
No, I haven't, but maybe move 9 is too early to tell.
Do we have any more questions from the floor?
请问有其他问题吗？
No, well then, thank you very much, everyone. We will see you again tomorrow for Game 8.
谢谢大家，然后明天见。
And there we heard from the players, with Ju Wenjun saying that she found this quite an intense game, and Tan Zhongyi feeling the heat as she decided to just calculate all of those risky variations and was just juggling, trying to make that risk assessment. Irene, what did you think?
Well, I think, for Tan Zhongyi, she should be doing what she was doing, but of course the match situation was not into her favor, and that's why she was trying to get all of this risky line. I guess if the match was still even, she would have played differently. And as for Ju Wenjun, it was another masterclass in the endgame where she just keeps seizing everything coming to her way. So another good game, and hopefully tomorrow we'll see another fireworks like this on the board.
Yeah, hopefully. And well, this is far from over because there are 5 games remaining. So let's remind ourselves of the schedule. Game 8 tomorrow, and then on April 15th is a rest day before the games kick off once more. And Ju Wenjun, she is nurturing a 3-point lead. So technically the match could be over pretty soon in 2 games, but we'll find out. A lot of chess to be played on the board. Well, it has been an eventful day, but that's all from us. Now, reminder, tomorrow, remember, it is sign in at 3 a.m. for those of you on Eastern Time and 9 a.m. Central European Time. And I'd like to thank everyone for watching. Irene, you've been a star. And we close out with some incredible scenes of Chongqing. And until the next time, until tomorrow, see you then.